Council study session on September 20th, starting at 6 o'clock. Can we have the roll call, Megan, please?
Councilmember Beach.
Here.
Councilmember Colson.
Here.
Councilmember Brownrigg.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Here.
Mayor O'Brien.
Here. So tonight we are going to have a study session that focuses on a presentation on potential tax measures, and the council then will be giving direction at the end of this presentation. So if we can have the slides.
There we go. Great. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, Mayor and Council and folks watching at home or elsewhere. The reason we're doing this study session dates back to last fall when the council started talking about modifying the municipal code to allow cannabis retail delivery. And we heard from one of the potential companies that was interested in coming to Burlingame about how we could reap all sorts of lovely tax revenue from such a business. But the way we do that is through the passage of a tax. And a tax can only, when it's a general tax, and we'll go through this in the slides, a tax can only go on the ballot when we have members of council on the ballot. And so our next council election, as you are all well aware, is in 2022. So we didn't want to wait until the middle of next year and all of a sudden to say, hey, we want to move forward. That's not enough time. So we wanted to back up and give ourselves enough time if we decide to go forward with this tax or any other measure for the 2022 ballot or a future ballot. So we wanted to have a conversation. So Megan, if we could have the next slide. There we go. So here's a quick agenda. We're going to talk just a little bit about the basics of tax measures. And I know you are all painfully aware of how tax measures work, but if there are members of the public, there's some weird nuances in the way you can do tax measures. I just wanted to review. Our new finance director, Helen U. Scott, is going to talk about our city's current revenue sources and how we're doing. And then we're going to go into a discussion of potential revenue options. And so that will be led by our community development director, Kevin Gardner, and our finance director and myself. And then any council questions, and feel free to interrupt us as we go, but then we'll wrap up with questions and then next steps at the end. So Megan, if you wouldn't mind, next slide. And the next one. So this is just a primer for folks who don't live and breathe tax law, which is kind of crazy. A general tax is imposed for general governmental purposes, and it's a majority vote tax, so 50% plus one. And that's required to impose or extend or increase any general tax. And a tax that's a 50% plus one tax has to be on a ballot with a general election of city council members, so 2022, 2024. An example of this is Burlingame Measure I. That was actually on the 2017 ballot because back in the day we had odd year elections. Now we've moved over to even year elections. But you may recall when we did Measure I, which is a quarter-cent sales tax, we had several of you who are on this meeting right now were on the ballot at the same time. The San Mateo County has a number of general taxes, measures A and W, and then, SMCTA, the Transportation Authority, has A and W, those, and then the county has Measure K, and they were using Measure K for all sorts of important things over the past year and a half or so dealing with the pandemic. A special tax is where we say we're going to collect this money and we're going to tell you exactly how we're going to spend it, and that kind of a tax requires a 2/3 vote of the electorate. And so ones that you see pretty frequently are parcel taxes. Burlingame school districts put a number of parcel taxes forward over the years. Their most recent one, I believe this is their most recent one, is Measure L. That's a parcel tax. So it levies a parcel tax on property owners in the jurisdiction. Okay, if we can move on. So that's just something to keep in mind as we talk about the different types of tax measures. So current revenue sources, one more slide. There we go. I'm going to ask Helen to talk us through this next couple slides.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Council member. This slide gives you a snapshot of our current general fund tax revenue. which this did not include permit fees, license fee, etc. As you may already know, the city's top three general fund revenue resources are property tax, sales tax, and the TOT tax. They are made about 95% total general fund tax revenue and about 80% of the general fund revenue. So property tax is most stable resources, the revenue resources, except sometimes we do experience like state takeaways such as VLF or ERAF tax. In general, sales tax and then TOT tax as well as business license, they're most sensitive to economic changes. We had experienced some decreases in the sales tax and Measure I, which you can see for 2018-19, we have 7.8 million the combined, and then 2019-20, we only received 14.8. But however, it's in the recovery mode. So we can see the increase for 2021, 15.6, and then 21-22, about 15.3. Hopefully we can do better than that. For the TOT tax have been the dominant tax revenue in the past. For 2018-19, we received almost $30 million TOT tax, which is the highest revenue source for the city at that time, until the COVID-19 hit in March 2020. With a comparison with 18-19 data, we almost lost $9 million in 19-20. So in fiscal year 2021, the city original project 14 million TOT tax. In the middle year budget adjustment, we just done 7.5. But as we close our book, right now we only receive $5.7 million. Looking forward for 2021, we project $13.5 million. July 2021, we only received 934,000, which is below where projected. Hopefully, it's not meet our expectation, but however, hopefully we can get there. So as you can see, our business license tax, the city bought in about between $700,000 to $1 million. This includes two parts. One is the regular base business license tax. It also includes for the city's long-term parking licensing, which is we added to the business license tax group back to 1992. So we also have this category, other taxes, which include the franchise tax and some other minor property transfer tax, etc. So look at the 2021, we are end of a year with $48 million. We compare with 18-19, we see a decrease 33%. Our projection forward for 2021-22, we project $56.8 million. So we're hoping we can get there. It's about 17% increase from prior year. So my understanding is from the City Council and the management, the city want to maintain our current service level to our residents to help them navigate through this challenging time. So we need to find other funding sources to meet our operation need. So next slide, please, Megan. So what's our other revenue options? I will hand over to Kevin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor O'Brien and council members. So the cannabis tax is the first one that we'll be looking at with these next slides coming up. And so currently, a couple things. Right now, there are no operating cannabis businesses in the city of Burlingame. There is one that has been approved for an operator permit, but still needs a conditional use permit. So this is still looking forward to the future. Should that conditional use permit be approved, the cannabis will be taxed the same as other retail goods. So it would take some Measure I sales transaction taxes and then also be subject to the local sales tax allocation of 1%. Next, please. Looking back to the finance director's table, the cannabis tax is a business tax, not a sales tax. So whereas it may be that it goes into the business's overhead, costs may be passed along to the consumer, but it won't show up as an item on a consumer's receipt the way a sales tax would be. So as such, it would go in the business tax category as an excise tax. Next, please. There's actually 5 jurisdictions. I left San Carlos off, but I'll mention that in a second. Within San Mateo County, looking at the retail delivery tax rates, Brisbane's at 3%, South San Francisco is at 5%, San Bruno is at 10%, and Redwood City is at 4%. San Bruno currently does not allow cannabis businesses, but they went ahead and passed a cannabis tax measure in anticipation of possibly allowing those in the future. San Carlos also has a 10% tax rate, but does not allow retail sales, including retail delivery, so is not on this chart. Now, it's also the structure can vary depending on how these taxes are set up. A lot of these are maximums, and there's some flexibility for the council to deviate, usually to go down but not up. These are typically maximums. Next, please.
It's my turn.
Your turn, John.
Yeah, business license. A business license is a type of excise tax imposed on business for their doing business in the city's jurisdiction. This tax most common form is on gross receipt or levy at a flat rate. Some agency using the employee headcount. Burlingame current business license tax is flat rate for majority part. It's about $100. I think our business license tax, the ordinance, majority get been done 1978. They, as time goes on, have been updated. I think in 1992, 1993, we increased the tax rate from $50 to $75, eventually become $100. So the tax rate is 20 some years old. So for this business license tax, they require for a simple majority vote approval required. And then majority our ordinance last revision was made in 2005. I think most recently, we also have a couple minor adjustment is for minimum wages, which you've done 2020, and also short-term rental also made a revision to the ordinance 2020. So next slide, please. Megan? Yeah, thank you. So on this next 3 slide, I with help with our HDL consultant, outside consultant, they help extract data, putting all this together. So when the time we prepare for this slide, the city has 7,400 business license. At that time, we only receive renew for 4,168. Our regular base business license tax is about $600,000, and then with the short-term, long-term rental for the airport parking, we sometimes can reach about $1 million. That's why you see the range between $700,000 to $1 million. So for total employee base, about 34,500. On the left side of the graph is showing the business count by categories. So for the city, we have outside contractor, which is for majority is construction. The contractor, we have 2,800. And then for the basic run in the city limit is have a physical location is 27, 26 license. And we also have outside city, have professional like architects or real estate agent, about 1,000 of those account. We also have home occupation, 478. So with that, that's the mix of our business categories. So you can see from the right side of the pie chart, the city with physical location, operators such as downtown, we have 38%. And then outside contractor or professional coming in the town is about 50%. So next slide, please.
Actually, hold on one sec. We have a question from Mayor O'Brien.
As I just want to ask one, if you prefer saving the questions till the end, or it's okay for us to ask throughout.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so my question, it may have been, I had 2 questions, and I think one was already answered because I had a question about real estate agents, if they each have a business license, so that was answered. So can you explain to me again, the estimated businesses are 7,400, and so there's a big delta between the 7,400 and then the 4,168 that are licensed. Now, why is that again?
So the city, we send out a renewal notice about the mid of June. We have cutoff date of July 31st. At the July 31st, we receive 4,168 license, and we still have outstanding. They will, not in compliance with our deadline, but
So then do you follow up with those, I assume?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
And then, so since that was July 31st, have we gotten additional?
Yes, we did. The slide did not update it. As of September 14th, we received 4,548. And also sometimes for outside contractor, right? If they don't have project in the city, they don't renew until they have a project going on, they will come forward. So
right. And then do we know how many fits that category?
So for the contractor first category, we receive 25 more compared the time we produce this report. And then the general within the city, we have 2732, slightly up, not much. Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of consultants who don't renew because they may or may not have a project.
Right.
Or like the consultant who does my annual performance evaluation, she just renewed hers a week or so ago because she wasn't sure if I was going to be using her again this year.
Right.
But there's probably tons of contractors who are in that same boat. And then, we did lose some businesses over the course of the past year and a half. There are businesses that closed up for whatever reason, pandemic related or not. So, I think when it's all shakes out, by the end of the fiscal year, we'll probably be getting closer to that number, but we may not reach that 7,400 number.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next slide, please. So this slide with the same information from prior slide, and then the graph on the left side represent that at that time we received 443.8 thousand revenue total. Out of those revenue, about $417,000 represent for small business, which is with employee from 1 to 19 employee. For the business with 20 to 99 employee, they are the only about $23,000 or $24,000. For 100 and over, only $3,000. So with that said, and then also you look at on the right side of the chart for the smaller business, with their revenue about 20,000, they are proportionally their tax. For example, they pay $100 tax as how much take away from their revenue, right? So it's about 0.5%. So this two charts try to show you is kind of same like tax structure is not majority. Our tax base is our smaller business, is not the bigger business. So we try to illustrating maybe we have some tax structure deficit here. So hopefully eventually we have a chance to revisit, look at it. So I don't know if you have any questions or is it clear, make sense to you on this slide?
Does anyone have questions? I'm not seeing any. I can go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Next slide, please. So that's another way to look at it. We looked at our neighbor jurisdictions. Out of 7 jurisdictions, like 3 of them based on gross receipt, and then 3 of them based on employee headcount. And then Burlingame is the only one with a flat rate for business license. And the Belmont, they are working in the transition for gross receipt model as well. So on the right side of the bar chart, you can see the Burlingame per capita business tax revenue is 19.09, is the lowest compared with the other 6 jurisdictions. So do you have any question for this slide? Okay, so based on the last 2 slides, for us, maybe it's time to us take a deep look at our business license tax structure, which is developed a long time ago, and then last rate increases is 1992. So with that said, if we can apply some look at our neighbor jurisdiction, they're using gross receipt, that can be create some fairness for the size of smaller business or bigger businesses. If bigger businesses they generate more gross receipt, maybe they should pay a little bit more. For the small business like mom and pop store, they might based on how much income they have, maybe create pay less, so create some fairness equitable among the businesses. And also different tax structure can bring in can simplify the business license application process, right? Can create a different tiers for different gross receipt level, how much your profit is and how much tax by percentage or by dollar per $1,000. Those kind of tax structure maybe make more sense. So next slide, please. Megan? Okay.
So this one is for me. Thank you, Helen.
Yes.
So another thing that's kind of been floating out in the ether is what do we do about sea level rise? And this will come up again later during our Bayfront discussion during the regular part of the meeting under staff reports. But we have talked sort of informally and every once in a while about doing some kind of a revenue measure or something to help us address sea level rise. We have a whole lot of work that needs to happen out on our Bayfront. And we don't currently have a revenue source. Now, there may or may not be a countywide revenue source that Councilmember Colson probably is a lot more familiar with than the rest of us because she serves on the One Shoreline Board, the Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. I probably missed an R in there. So there, this is just kind of a first start at some options. It is not an exhaustive list, but we could look at some kind of an assessment. Perhaps folks who are closer to the Bayfront, the folks who are right on the water pay one level and then you pay less as you get further away. But we also have the creeks that come out, from the Bayfront. And there are overtopping issues with creeks when you get high seas and storms and whatnot. We could think about a parcel tax. That's been a really successful school measure. Both the elementary school district and the high school district have done well at parcel taxes. That is not something we've done. We haven't actually, and since I've been here, we haven't even really talked seriously about a parcel tax. That would be a special tax, which can be difficult to pass. Similarly, a general obligation bond, that's what Foster City used for their levy project. That's based on the ad valorem value of properties. And so if you have a low tax property, you're going to pay a lot less than the folks who have been here not as long. So you get some like weird fairness issues there. And then there's other options. I see Councilmember Colson, you have your hand up. Let me just finish. One thing is, whatever you, if you are at all interested in us pursuing something, we might want to punt this over to our subcommittee on sea level rise to have more in-depth discussions. Whatever we do would certainly require first your direction, then additional staff research to see how we might be able to create something that would have some chance of passing. So I see two hands up. So maybe Councilmember Colson had her hand up first and then Mayor O'Brien, if that's okay with you, Mayor.
Yes, it is.
Great.
Thank you. Just to put a little color around this. So the county right now is doing a big assessment on a potential sea level rise and flooding and fire bond. Or I think it's actually not going to be a bond. I think it's a parcel tax they're talking about. So that's probably going to be looking at the 2022 election. So we probably want to either, defer to that or dovetail with that. We'll be getting funding out of that. That's one just background piece. And then the other is that to address sea level rise, another way that's not mentioned on here, but we will talk about it in our regular agenda, is the public-private partnership notion, where I think a lot of the businesses that are redeveloping up there might be willing to chip in and seem to be very open to chipping in and paying some of that. So I'll save the rest of my comments for the end, but that's just a little bit of color there.
If we are going to do something on sea level rise and the county tax does end up on the ballot, I think I would advise, and I think consultants who do this for a living would advise, that we not go at the same time, because it's really confusing for voters and adds like noise, and we don't want to have either one go down in flames because people got confused about it. Mayor O'Brien, I'm sorry, you should really be calling on people, not me.
That's okay. So actually my comment was what you just said, City Manager Goldman, in regards to, bond measure, because I had heard also at the county level, there may be something on the ballot in 2022, but then also we need to look at what is going to be on the ballot from the state.
Right.
I know they have a few things that they're considering. Most of it is in regards to doing studies, not necessarily money used for improvements, but we still kind of want to look into that. Because as previously mentioned, we just don't want multiple bonds or taxes on the ballot for the same issue.
Right.
So on that note, I'm going to call on our Director Matusa of Public Works.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I just wanted to add one piece of information that in order to do any of these taxes, any assessment or parcel tax, what you will need is a study, a report that certifies what exactly to be done with the money, how much each of these facilities cost. So in that regard, we are working with the Sea Level One Shoreline District, Len Matterman, and to determine what the cost would be for the portion between the airport and us. And then subsequently, Len will be working with the rest of the other county members. So the county measure that is being planned may potentially include some of the work in Burlingame, or maybe not, and that would depend on whether we get federal grant and what have you. So there's a lot of moving pieces in this regard. But the biggest piece is, in order to establish any taxes, you need some document that shows that studies have been performed and what exactly the scope of work will be and how much it will cost. And in today's dollar and in future dollars, just like we did a storm drain measure 10 years ago.
So just one caveat on that. If we did a general tax, then we could decide after the fact that we wanted to dedicate revenue towards sea level rise, and we wouldn't have to do any of that really important, interesting work that Syed just described. Yeah.
Thank you. Council Member Brownrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm a little concerned about time. There's a lot to cover here, and we haven't finished the presentation. But since we've paused on sea level rise, am I right in thinking that if we do a special district, that is a different dynamic than if we do a general tax? Because then we're only asking the people in the district. Am I right about that?
I believe you're correct.
Yeah, and so I think that's worth just keeping in the backs of our minds, that when it comes to sea level defense, if we were to do a district tax for the people who own land east of 101, for example, that I think is less likely to be confused with some countywide bond. Doesn't mean it would work, but I think there's less potential for conflict because of the smaller group of individuals being asked.
Right. And the timing would be different on something like that, because it wouldn't be a general tax. And so we wouldn't necessarily have to be on the same ballot, I think. So maybe we'll move on. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Beach just raised her hand.
Councilmember Beach.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. While we're talking about some of these different options, I want to just throw an idea out there, food for thought, that has been successful in another city in our county that I think is interesting. I don't know if it would be a good fit for Burlingame, but while we're having this conversation, the city of East Palo Alto back in 2018 did a Measure HH, which was a parcel tax, but it was a special partial tax for commercial office space, only for office space above a certain threshold. I think it was 25,000 square feet. And it was a certain dollar per square foot. I think it was $2.50 per square feet. They directed this special partial tax for affordable housing funds. Because it was commercial office space, it was overwhelmingly approved by the voters. It was an 80% successful vote. It's kind of a different twist on something. Certainly, we have a lot of infrastructure needs. Sea level rise, important. Affordable housing, important. I think the city manager and the public works director, we kind of have a front row seat to how difficult funding Broadway grade separation will continue to be. Hopefully it will get easier, but grants are hard to come by. And there certainly is a nexus to our bayfront and some commercial development that's going on when it comes to transportation, when it comes to sea level rise, and when it comes to getting Broadway grade separation fully working for safety and for the train functionality for our commercial office space. So I think it's kind of an interesting idea. And it's a little different twist on a parcel versus but it's sort of in the flavor of a special district in a way. Want to throw it out there for consideration. Thanks.
Okay, let's continue with the slides, please. I want to make sure we get through the slides before discussion.
We just have a couple left. So Megan, if you could just go 2 slides forward. So there are other revenue options out there. There's certainly a TOT increase, our transient occupancy tax. There are cities that have higher TOT levels than we do. And we have a couple slides on that. Utility users tax is something that some cities have done in the past. So you tax things like your PG&E bill, could be your cell phone bill. There's a variety of things that cities have done to raise some revenue. Parcel taxes, we've touched on that. General obligation bonds, we've touched on that. And then there's other options such as Councilmember Beach raised just a minute ago. So this is just kind of food for thought of the types of things that other cities have done that are out there. If we could go to the next slide. So TOT, you are all well familiar with that. It's a percentage on the rate paid by guests for stays of 30 days or fewer. We last raised this rate in 2009 from 10% to 12%. So it's been at that level for a long time. Similar, I think, to what Councilmember Beach was discussing. This is a tax that's not paid by the majority of people in Burlingame. It's really paid by visitors. So that is something that is attractive. What's not attractive is that our hotels are really struggling right now and have been since, March of 2020. I don't think most people who stay in a hotel look at the tax rate city to city, but anything that, that the hoteliers would see as detrimental to attracting people to come stay in their hotels is maybe not something we want to do right now. If we could go to the next slide, we'll just see what the rates are in the county. So remember, we're at 12%. So there's a lot of cities that are above us, some that are where we are, the county is lower. So South City and San Mateo and San Bruno are all at 14%. We have a couple cities that are at 13 and we're at 12, which we're not alone at 12. So it's something that, the council may be interested in. If you are, this would be a general tax. So it would go, in November 2022 or 2 years later in November 2024. But again, with the way our hotels are right now, we maybe should shy away from doing anything that could prove something that the hoteliers are troubled by. Next slide. We're almost done. So utility user tax, I mentioned this earlier. It's on utility services. It can be electricity, gas, water, sewer, phone. A lot of cities that have UUT modernized them in the last 10 years or so to throw cell phones in because they didn't, they weren't around when folks first passed their utility user taxes or UUT. You can put on cable, sanitation. The rate of the tax, how you use it, that's all up to the local agency, general tax. So they're all over the place from 1% to 11%. So that is something that we could consider. Next slide. Parcel taxes, we've talked about this also, a special non-ad valorem tax on parcels. So usually a flat per parcel rate or a variable rate depending on size, use, number of units, et cetera. They're most often special taxes. I remember in a prior jurisdiction, we talked about a parcel tax as a general tax, and our consultant said nobody ever does that. You'll put a target on your back if you do that. So generally folks do these as special taxes. So as a special tax, it needs a 2/3 vote. Doesn't matter what we decide to use it on. It's a 2/3 vote because we are saying, we will use it for something specific. And for a 2/3 measure, it does not have to be on a November ballot when council members are up for election. Next slide. So with that, if there's any other questions, we're happy to answer them. And then our last slide is just next steps.
Great, thank you, City Manager Goldman. Question to the city attorney. I will ask my colleagues if they have any more questions, not comments, questions. And then do I need to open it up to public comment and then come back?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, so for right now, let's just focus on questions and mind the time. It's 6:36. Council member, or I'm going to go with Vice Mayor Ortiz, and then followed by Council Member Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The one thing I find attractive is the special districts, but I do feel that there's certain geographical areas that are more susceptible or more impacted by a sea level rise. And then there would be, can we do more than one special district, like one that's a really heavy impact and one that's a little slight lower, or would that just get too complicated?
I think we'd want to phone a friend who does these kinds of districts and get assistance in figuring out how we would structure the districts. I would say, however we do it, they'd probably tell us to do one measure as opposed to having competing measures on a ballot that just confuses people. So, simple is better, but I have not actually done a district like that in my career. I've done TOT increases. I've done sales tax increases. I've done geo bonds. That's one I'm not super familiar with. So we would want to get some assistance figuring out how to craft it. But you're right in that there's a lot more impact for some areas than there is for others. If you're closer to the freeway, you're a lot less vulnerable to sea level rise. You're not smooth sailing. As we look at the FEMA flood maps, the FEMA flood maps can go across the freeway and fairly far up, in large part because we have all those creeks. But certainly the hotels that are right hanging on the seawall are first line of getting hit by water rising.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Beach.
Thank you. Madam City Manager, do you have a sense of the utility tax? In the slide, it said it ranges from 1% to 11% where our peer agencies are. And can you just clarify, do we have any percentage utility tax at this point where
we do not have a UUT in place? It's something that we looked at a little bit when we were talking about the Measure I tax, before we settled on that it was going to be a sales tax increase. We did look at it a little bit back then, and I think we even polled on it. It did not poll particularly well because it's a brand new tax that people aren't paying right now. People are used to paying sales tax. They don't love it, but they're used to it. When all of a sudden you say, we're going to tax something that hasn't had a tax on it yet, they're less excited about it. I don't happen to have our peer agencies. I don't know if Helen, if you've pulled that information.
So I think by standard, the most agency, their tax rate about 5%.
Are there any? Do you have anything that's in San Mateo County? Do you have a list of what San Mateo County cities might have?
I didn't research on that one.
We'll have to pull that information. I would imagine CaliforniaCityFinance.com, which is Michael Coleman, the guru of city revenues and whatnot. He probably has that information. So actually, Helen, maybe you can do a little quick search while we're answering other questions and hearing from the public. And if we can pull that information, we'll give it to you before 7 o'clock.
Thanks.
Councilmember Colson.
Just a question about the utility tax, which is if you put them on, these are obviously very, very regressive taxes, and they can impact the most vulnerable people who can already barely pay their bills. And then to add a tax on tends to really overload that group. So is there a way to exempt certain classes of people by income, or if they're in cares or fares, or is it just a straight tax across the board and everybody pays?
What I've seen before is a straight tax, but that doesn't mean it's not possible. We would have to do some research on that. But you're right, it is, you know, similar to a sales tax increase. They do hit people, you know, who maybe can't afford it as much. You also can narrow, you know, you don't have to put it on every service. So you can decide, well, gas and electricity and water and sewer are, you know, must-haves. Everybody must have those things. So we're not going to levy it on that. But I mean, I would say my cell phone is also a must-have, but you know, maybe somebody else would make a decision and saying, well, that's more of a, you know, you don't have to have a cell phone. I think that was maybe more true 20 years ago than it is today. But, you know, so you could decide which of the utilities you wanted to put it on. You don't have to put it on everything. But it is something that, you know, if everyone's paying 3%, 4%, 5%, you know, somebody who has a whole lot more cash available is going to feel it less than somebody who is living on the edge. I see Helen's got her hand up. Maybe she has more information on this.
Right. So just want to let you know the tax rate. This information is for 1819 actually. For Daly City, they have 5%. East Palo Alto have 5%. Menlo Park have 1%. Pacifica have 6.5%, and the Portola Valley 4.5%. Redwood City 5%. That's all we have.
Thanks, Helen.
Yeah, thank you.
Good internet sleuthing.
All right, before I open it up to public comment, I have one quick question to our finance director, you, Scott. Do we have a breakdown then of the cities who have tiered business license taxes according to gross receipts and employees? So is that possible? We can get futuristically each city and how they've broken that down?
Yes, we can certainly look at on each neighbor jurisdictions their web page to find out. But I think the most recently I look at the Belmont, they are in transition, try to change from employee to gross receipts.
Gross receipts, right?
Yeah, actually, they are structure is based on the business type and then dollar amount as well. So if council interested, we can certainly engage with HDL consultant, help us do some study, look at it, give us a few options and the potential revenue, how much will be bring in additional, do different scenarios, helping us to do some projections.
Great, thank you very much, Director. Okay, on that note, I am going to open it up to the public for comments. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on this issue?
Megan, I see we have some people who called in. If you know how they raise their hand, because I have no idea how to do that, or Councilmember B may remember.
*9 or *6, forget which one it is.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't remember.
It's *9.
Okay.
I was gonna say, Councilmember Beach will remember.
She said it a lot last year, right?
*9.
So if anyone wants to speak that's calling in, it's *9. Okay, it looks like we don't have anyone that would like to speak. So back to panelists. I will start out with Councilmember Brownrigg.
If I could just interrupt for 1 sec, Megan, could you just put the final slide up so we know what we want to do?
And actually, Megan, did you get any emails?
I didn't receive any emails. And 1 second on the slide.
Great. I'm sorry, sharing a screen is not easy. I can also just read off what our next steps are if you want.
Nope, I got it. Here we go.
There we go. Great. So what we wanted to talk about is whether there's any of the many types of funding options you want us to do further analysis of. So first you discuss it and then you tell us, we like this 1, 2, or 3. I don't think we should, pick 6 to do further work on because that'll just lead to some analysis paralysis. And then at some point we'll come back to you with information about, for example, if we wanted to do a business license tax revamp, here's a way we could do it. Here's how much we anticipate it might raise. Do you want us to go forward? And the cannabis tax also, those were the 2 that kind of stood out for city staff. And then if there's anything else you're really interested in, And then, this is not your last bite at the apple. We'll come back with more information, and eventually we'll ask you to, direct us to do all the work to get something on the ballot if that's the will of the council, but we're not there yet. And with that, I will be quiet and ask you to just give us some feedback. And you can take off the slide, Megan. Thank you.
All right, I had called on Council Member Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to be quick, but I'll start with two general comments. One, I could definitely support this becoming a more routine subject because I think it's so important and the timelines are so tight that I'd be very happy to see this, appear, even if it winds up not being talked about. But in other words, to create a process to continue the momentum. As we think about taxes and different kinds of taxes, I think it's worth us reflecting on whether we're covering an operating deficit, like a structural deficit, or a CapEx deficit. And those two are different. And I have to say that I had the impression that we were mostly covering capital deficits, like how do we pay for big projects? But the early slides indicated that our finance director thinks we may have a structural deficit. And that, I think, is really kind of different. I actually think those numbers were a little more depressed than they were in the budget, but no doubt more accurate. But I do think it's important to bear in mind what you're trying to raise money for. Okay. With that said, I think, and you'll forgive the pun, but I think a cannabis tax is a no-brainer to study. I would be interested in studying the HH analog, whether we should tax office space generally above a certain threshold. I don't believe we should support raising TOT for the reasons the city manager said, but also frankly, because I think that's a really easy toggle for a future council to pull if we do get into a structural deficit. And I just think we should leave that on the table for a future council. I don't really care about business licenses because it's such a small amount of money, so I'll support whatever the majority wants. And then finally on the Bay tax, and this will come up maybe later also, but I'm wrestling with the equity of how we build this infrastructure. I don't think we can only rely on landowners, because if a landowner doesn't feel like redeveloping, then they won't build the wall. And now we're building the wall for them, because a wall with a bunch of gaps in it doesn't make any sense. So I just think there's more work to be done thinking about both the capital needs of the Bayside and also the funding. But having said that, I would support a special tax district because I think everyone over there benefits from a wall, and it shouldn't be just the people who own land on the Bay that have to build the wall. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that was a lot, but I saved it up.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to go the order that I wrote them down. The business license, it's not going to raise a lot of money, but I do think we need to revisit that. But gross receipts or employees is more where I'm landing on that one. As far as the Bayfront and the sea level rise, I'd like to see a special district. I agree that it impacts everybody and that not only the property owners on the Bay should pay for it, but I think that they should carry the brunt of it because it benefits them mostly. Utility tax, just kind of for the reasons that Council Member Colson stated, I did have an issue with that. TOT, but for the reasons that Council Member Brownrigg stated, I'm with that. Cannabis, no brainer. I like that. And then the one on office space, I think is worth pursuing. I think that's worth looking at. And I like Council Member Brownrigg's distinction between capital expenditures and operating expenditures, because I think that we need to, that's an important distinction when we're deciding how to raise these funds. So I think that was a good point that he brought up. Thank you.
Councilmember Beach.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Mine's pretty consistent. Yes to cannabis tax. Yes, I think to make the business license tax more fair based on gross receipts or employees. Sounds like gross receipts is where the movement is going, but I just think a more fair distribution. I would leave it to staff to assess. I agree. We don't need more regressive utility tasks at this time. I agree we should leave TOT where it is. I do think I feel like we need to focus on the capital deficit is my instinct. Would appreciate staff's further review for sea level rise and for transportation infrastructure, particularly for Broadway grade separation, if that could be somehow roped in to some kind of, whether it's an assessment district, or I would be very open to exploring a commercial office space parcel tax, seeing that could be, if it could be palatable to the voters, and it's proven not to have stifled development in other cities as well. So I think it's at least worth exploring a little bit more. So I'm aligned with my prior two colleagues. Thank you so much.
Council Member Coulson.
Thank you. So I would support exploring business license, but with regard to gross receipts tax. I would support cannabis. I do not support the utility. I think it's regressive and it's not a good time for that. I'm a little more either or. I think if you're going to put an assessment district on and you're going to overlay it on all those businesses on the Bayfront, and then you're going to, in addition, overlay an office space tax on top of that, that doesn't work. So I think you have to pick which one you want to do. And to me, the overlay district is more, a little bit more pinpointed in that we can target, the Bayfront as opposed to, say, the downtown office buildings, which aren't going to have as big of an issue, but they would get picked up in the gross receipts tax, the businesses, because they'd be larger businesses, most likely with larger gross receipts. So I think they would get picked up there. And that would be my only word of caution is, whatever we come up with or talk about, understanding that we're not creating a situation that impacts the same class of users over and over and over again. And we make sure that, if we pick one and we work with the businesses and they can live with that, then we go with that. I do think we need to bring the businesses in and have them kind of work with us to figure out what they think is most equitable and fair as well. And I'm sure they will.
Great, thank you very much, Councilmember Coulson. So I'm quickly going to say yes to the business license. I tried bringing that up in 2011 and didn't have the support at this time or at that time. So I'm hoping we can move forward with that and look at gross receipts. And I do want to see a comparison of how the cities are doing theirs. So we have more information. Yes to the cannabis. No to the TOT. I mean, we've been told multiple times those hotels are probably not recovering until about 2024. So I think this is not the time to be looking at that. No on the utility. I do think anything that has to do with sea level rise, we need to look at the Bayfront and see how they can help out in paying for improvements. I also, and that may be a special assessment, but I also am very concerned too about the Broadway grade separation. I mean, this is something we've been trying to get money for years and still having difficulty getting money from, the federal and state level. So that is something we should incorporate. I do agree with Councilmember Coulson, whatever direction we go with businesses, we just want to make sure that we're not putting multiple taxes on them because we do want to promote businesses to come here. And we want also businesses to succeed. So we just have to be careful in that realm. So then I will now go to Michael Brownrigg, Councilmember Michael Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so to that point, I just wanted to share, I did some rough math with some help. And so 1 million square feet project on the Bayside today would cost probably 600 or 700 million. So that's generating 6 to 7 million in property tax. But it would pay us 50 million in impact fees. So I do think it's really important that whenever we look at taxes, we do understand what the total tax burden is already, and then what the new tax is going to layer on top. Otherwise we are going to wind up taxing things to non-existence. So I was interested in running those numbers. I thought I'd share that. Thank you.
And I do think too, we may want to look at the sea level rise globally because yes, it affects the Bayfront, but we have to remember the Bayfront offers us our revenue in order to provide quality services that our residents benefit from. So if we don't have that, then, our residents are going to expect quality services, and they should. So they may have to be part of that solution. Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm glad you said that, because I totally agree with that. And I go back to what I was talking about, doing different districts. Clearly, the property owners in the Bayfront are going to benefit the most, but the rest of us benefit because of the revenues that we generate in that area. So I actually, that's a really, really good point. But I want to go back to something that Council Member Colson said about the special districts versus office-based taxes and putting one on top of the other one. And I go back to what Council Member Brownrigg said a little while ago. We have to make the distinctions to, in my mind, the special district would be financing capital improvements that are sea level rise, and the office-based tax would be financing ongoing operations. So that is exactly where that distinction is important, because in a certain situation, it does make sense to have both taxes. I'm not all about raising taxes. I think we need to be careful when we do it. But we have to come up with solutions of how we're going to fund these things, and it's going to be a tough go, and we just have to keep some options open.
And I just want to add before we end, it's important too to track what is going on at the federal and state level, because there are monies that are being utilized for the region. And so I just want to make sure, I'm not big on taxing people. So I want to know what all the options are in order to make these decisions, because if it's already going to be on the ballot, then I don't think it's wise for us, if we're benefiting from that, to put something else on. Okay, so City Manager Goldman, basically you were asking for direction. We gave you a lot of direction, but it might have been,
it's a little all over the place, but let me see if I can talk about where I heard at least 3 people interested. I think all of you are interested in more information and probably pursuing a business license change and increase going down the gross receipts. Most people were more interested in the gross receipts way of doing it, but we can look at also going by employees and just seeing kind of how those would shake out, and what sort of tiers there are, and what kind of money that would raise. Everybody was interested in a cannabis tax of some kind, so we can give you like, here's how much 3% would raise, 4%, 5%, based on what some of the other cities have done. And then everybody was interested in addressing sea level rise in some way. And a lot of people are interested in the office space HH kind of an example, but both of those I think require a lot more work before we can tell you, here's exactly what that would mean for us. So that's one where I won't say that we had total consensus on either of those. Everyone expressed some interest in kind of more research and analysis and how that would all pan out, bearing in mind that there may be regional and state and federal overlap that we want to make sure we don't run afoul of. And so I think for both of those, rather than saying, yes, we're pursuing those, like I think everyone is pretty comfortable pursuing business license and cannabis, we want to just do more analysis and come back to you with that at a future date. Does that sound about right? Nods are good.
You summarized it well.
And I think nobody wanted to pursue TOT.
Right, TOT and UUT, I did not hear,
utility tax, no.
They were not staff's favorites either, but we didn't want you to say, well, you left out some big options out there. So we put them out there so everyone would know what they are, but they were not tops of our list. So we're not doing those. Great. And we finished with 1 minute to spare.
All right, so we will then leave this.
Actually, we stay on this.
Can we stay on it? Okay, great.
We just will adjourn the study session, and then you have a minute before we start up the next meeting.
Okay, so that gives people a minute to take a quick break before we start the city council meeting itself. Thank you. Okay, is our city clerk on the line? Okay. All right, just let me know then, Megan, when you want to start.
I think as soon as
Already
we
started?
get our missing council member back.
I'm here. I was invited to get a refreshment by the mayor and I took her up on her offer.
We can't see you.
You've turned off my video.
We want to know what you're drinking.
There's no proof in it, I'll promise you that. There we go.
Never a dull moment.
You wouldn't, you know, you got to, you're too good at your job, Megan. I have to keep it interesting.
All right, so then on that note, let us start our city council meeting on the 20th of September at 7:03. I am going to have our city manager, Lisa Bowman, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Are you giving us the flag?
It's not coming up tonight
Okay.
for some reason.
All right, I'm just gonna go. We're gonna all pretend that there's a flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, Megan, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach?
Here.
Councilmember Coulson? Here. Councilmember Brownrigg?
Present.
Vice Mayor Ortiz?
Present.
Mayor O'Brien?
Present, let the record show that all council members are present. We did not have a closed session this evening. However, our city attorney, Gina, we have a closed session that you need to report out that we had the last council meeting.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor O'Brien. The City Council met in closed session on August 31st, and the report out from that is no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Gina. Next is upcoming events. And just wanted to mention that drop-in pickleball with 7 courts will be held on Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 to 1 in Washington Park. There is a $5 fee and you can register at the Burlingame Rec Department. The Muddy Mile will be on Sunday, October 17th, and you can also sign up through the Burlingame Rec Department. On October 9th, we will have the 9th annual disaster survival drill from 9 to 10 a.m. You can sign up by tomorrow, September 21st, at info@burlingamenetwork.org. Is there anything else that any of my colleagues would like to bring up? Okay. So that brings us to presentations. We actually have 3 presentations today. So we are going to start out with the celebration of the Burlingame Panthers, BYBAT. This evening, I have the pleasure of honoring 11 boys on the Burlingame Panthers baseball team for their success in playing at Cooperstown Dream Park and reaching the championship game. This team went to Cooperstown, New York on the 23rd of July for a week-long tournament. Our 12-year-old boys team won championships in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, and Burlingame. And this summer had the opportunity to play in Cooperstown, which was icing on the cake. It sounds like this team was considered the underdogs going into this tournament, but they proved everyone wrong. they were able to inch themselves to the championship game. They played the Glenview Blaze team from Illinois, and the Blaze team was leading 6-5 going to the top of the last inning. Our Panthers came back with a grand slam with a score of 10-6, but the Blaze team inched by with an 11-10 win. You may have been considered the underdogs, but you fought hard and did a phenomenal job representing our city. All these 11 boys represented pure dedication, commitment, and team camaraderie. We as a council congratulate all of you and your parents who are by your side throughout the season. And also the big thank you to Coach Gary and the assistant coaches, Johnny Dang and Steve Lau. So this is kind of a special time that we are able to present the certificates to our 11 boys, which I don't think they knew about this evening. And so we will have our city clerk share her screen and show the certificates as I name them. So we have Aaron Lau, another certificate for Aiden Tom, Charlie Chang, Colby Dang, Daniel Mehrhofer, and I excuse the mispronunciation of any names, Danny Sheehan, Jacob Lee, Lucas Cunningham, Mark O'Grady, Teddy Hunsaker, and Will Armstrong. So congratulations to you all. And I'm going to flip over to public comment because I'm sure we have some coaches on the line that probably would like to say a few words. So please raise your hand. Okay, let us start with Coach Gary. Do you want to mute yourself? There you go.
There I go. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mayor O'Brien, for this really unexpected recognition and honor. I just want to say that the boys worked really hard all season, coaches as well. The families were very patient. I want to thank the YBA for supporting us throughout the season as well. It was a great honor and to be able to, and privilege to be able to coach these boys. And, I think, even though they made it to the championship and everything, I think the most important thing is that they played with a lot of respect for the game, played with a lot of class, and I think they represented our families and Burlingame extremely well. So I'm very proud of them. So thank you very much.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Okay, again, congratulations to all the boys and their parents. All right, we will move forward.
Madam Mayor, may I just say a quick word?
Sure.
So we have a long agenda, but I just want to tip my hat to the coaches and the boys. I had two children who went to Cooperstown, and so put up with those rains and the slog and the hard work. So an enormous tip of the hat to our team. That I don't know, I can't remember if it was part of the preamble, but you face teams from all over the country, from New York to Florida to Hawaii, and they're the best teams that those states can muster. And very typically, we're lucky to make it into the top 32. If you think about like the NCAAs. So to get to the championship is really, really an accomplishment. And to do it with only 11 boys, which must have been a huge strain on your pitchers, is really terrific. It must have been almost flawless defense and great hitting. And so just a tip of the hat to a great team and the love of the game and representing our city so well.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. All right, we will move forward to item 6B. This is recognizing National Hispanic Heritage Month and Latinx Heritage Month. And I am actually going to have Vice Mayor Ortiz do the honors this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the honor of letting me read the proclamation. I am very happy to do this. So This is a proclamation recognizing September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month and Latinx Heritage Month. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month and Latinx Heritage Month in the state of California are observed each year from September 15th to October 15th to celebrate the histories, cultures, and contributions of Americans whose ancestors come from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the month includes the independence days of several Latin American countries, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, Chile, and Belize. And whereas the Latinx community is exceptionally diverse and includes indigenous peoples from throughout the Americas, and whereas the Latinx community comprises the largest racial or ethnic group in the United States with the largest population living in California and represents 20% of San Mateo County's total population and 12% of Burlingame's population. And whereas members of the Latinx community have made countless contributions to the United States economy and culture, serving in all branches of the armed forces as dedicated public servants and as leaders in education, healthcare, business, and entrepreneurship, and other professions. And whereas for generations, Latinx leaders in California have propelled movements, developed civic power to provide social change and help build a bright future for all Californians. And whereas the Heritage Celebration provides a wonderful opportunity to highlight the diversity of the Latinx community and its many and rich contributions to both California and the United States. And whereas the city of Burlingame celebrates diversity and inclusiveness, now therefore I, Ann O'Brien Keegren, Mayor of the city of Burlingame, do celebrate, recognize September 15th to October 14th as National Hispanic Heritage Month and Latinx Heritage Month. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're quite welcome. All right, we will go into the third presentation for this evening. And this is a presentation on implementing SB 1383, a short-lived climate pollutants, organic waste methane emissions reductions. And we have Segal Michael for tonight.
Segal, you're muted. Are you working on that?
Hi, yes.
There you
Hi,
go.
thank you. Sorry about that. I was setting things up. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to present on SB 1383, but I'm going to go ahead and give it to Tracy Webb from Cal Recycle to introduce the regulation to you, and then we'll have TJ Carter speak about it from Rethink Waste.
Hey, I'm Tracy. Thank you so much for having me here. I will try to make this under 10 minutes that I was asked to do. So just want to say good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for inviting us to present on SB 1383. My name is Tracy Webb, and I am the city's local assistance and market development liaison. This presentation provides a very high-level overview of the requirements for compliance with 1383. Why is 1383 important? Organic waste comprises half of California's waste stream. Food waste comprises 13% of the state's disposed waste. This is all happening while 1 in 5 children go hungry every night in California. SB 1383 passed in 2016 as part of California's larger strategy to combat climate change. The law was designed to reduce global warming superpollutants like methane, which is up to 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Landfills are one of the largest producers of methane in the state. As we know, when organic material breaks down in a landfill, methane is generated. So we need to move away from landfilling organic waste like food, paper, and yard waste. SB 1383.
I wanted to interrupt you for a second, Ms. Webb. Do you have the slides?
Well, yes, Burlingame was going to be, I believe Megan was going to be showing us slides.
Okay, so let me see if we have those.
Sorry
about that. We usually have the person presenting share slides. I'll have to download them. It'll just
okay.
take a second.
We probably had a miscommunication.
That's quite all right. We'll just wait a minute or two and we'll get them up. I know we had it in our packet, so I just wanted to make sure the public had the opportunity to see them too.
Would you like me to start over?
No. We'll just go
forward.
Slide
Okay,
where you
we
left
could go
it.
to slide 4 where it says SB 1383 requirements right here. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
SB 1383 sets a statewide target that requires California to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% and increase edible food recovery by 20% by 2025. Organic waste is defined broadly in the regulations. It includes food waste, paper, cardboard, green waste, organic textiles and carpets, lumber, wood, biosolids, manure, and sludges. CalRecycle collaborated with jurisdictions and other stakeholders over the past 3.5 years to complete the regulations that became final November 3rd, 2020. While the regulations take effect in 2022, jurisdictions have to plan now so they can be compliant by January 1st, 2022. Next slide, please. There are many benefits if we successfully implement California's super pollutant reduction strategy, including environmental benefits such as fighting climate change, improved air quality, and less landfill waste, providing millions of meals to Californians without enough to eat, and creating thousands of new green jobs. Here are some key implementation dates. Next slide, please. The most important date to note is January 1st, 2022, when the regulations become enforceable. This means starting January 1st, 2022, jurisdictions must have programs in place and CalRecycle can begin enforcement actions on jurisdictions and other entities. In 2024, jurisdictions will be required to take enforcement action against non-compliant entities. Next slide. This slide provides a brief overview of the program requirements that jurisdictions will be required to adequately staff and resource. We will briefly cover some of these requirements in the next few slides. Jurisdictions will be required to provide organic waste collection services to all residents and businesses. This is what we refer to as automatically providing service or universal service. The resident or business is automatically provided the service rather than subscribing to it. The regulations standardize container colors across the state to be fully implemented by January 1st, 2036, and require a jurisdiction to place a label on each new container or lid provided to generators starting January 1st, 2022. Jurisdictions can issue 3 types of waivers to generators: de minimis, physical space, and collection frequency. The regulations also place requirements on residents and commercial businesses. Jurisdictions must conduct annual education and outreach to all generators. This includes information on methods for the prevention of organic waste generation, recycling organic waste on site, and sending organic waste to community composting. This also includes information regarding programs for the donation of edible food. Jurisdictions must procure certain levels of recovered organic waste products, compost, renewable gas, or electricity from biomass conversion. Each jurisdiction will have a minimum procurement target based on its population. There are also requirements to purchase recycled content paper and paper products if price and performance is comparable. CalRecycle will notify jurisdictions of their target prior to January 1st, 2022. Each jurisdiction must plan for adequate capacity for recycling organic waste and edible food recovery. Each county will lead this effort by coordinating with cities, special districts that provide solid waste collection services, and regional agencies located within the county. Jurisdictions must monitor compliance and conduct enforcement. Monitoring begins in 2022. Jurisdictions must do an annual compliance review of commercial businesses to make sure that they have service. There are contamination monitoring requirements for the contents of the containers. To reduce reporting, jurisdictions are required to maintain records and keep information in an implementation record. Each jurisdiction is required to report to the department annually on its implementation and compliance with the requirements of 1383. Requirements include adopting an ordinance or enforceable mechanism consistent with the regulatory requirements by January 1st, 2022. SB 1383 extends beyond directing waste management. The next slide, I'm sorry, Megan. Thank you. SB 1383 extends beyond directing waste management and recycling operations and staff. This slide shows that every department within local government will be affected and have a role to play. Each department will need to understand how SB 1383 impacts their work. Jurisdictions should be thinking and planning for the staffing they will need, whether they will task their direct service providers to staff some activities, and whether they will contract with other entities such as environmental health inspectors or consultants. Next slide, please. Jurisdictions are responsible to implement edible food recovery programs in their communities. This includes providing education and outreach, assessing capacity of existing edible food recovery, and expanding existing infrastructure if necessary. Conducting inspections of Tier 1 commercial edible food generators and food recovery organizations and services beginning 2022, and inspections of Tier 2 commercial edible food generators beginning January 1st, 2024. SB 1383 related inspections of food recovery organizations and food recovery services will be limited to verifying that the record-keeping requirements have been met. Inspections should be at a level rate to adequately determine compliance with the requirements. Annual inspections of each Tier 1 and Tier 2 commercial edible food generator is not required. Beginning in 2024, jurisdictions must take enforcement action on commercial edible food generators that are out of compliance with the edible food recovery requirements. Next slide, please. Thank you. By January 1st, 2022, jurisdictions are required to have an enforcement mechanism or ordinance in place. Between January 2022 and December 2023, jurisdictions need to identify businesses in violation of the regulatory requirements and provide educational material to those generators. Beginning January 2024, jurisdictions must take progressive enforcement action against organic waste generators that are not in compliance. This progressive approach allows for notification to the generator and provides time for the generator to comply before penalties are required to be issued by the jurisdiction. CalRecycle sets a maximum time frame that a jurisdiction has to issue a notice of violation and issue penalties to a generator. The jurisdiction has the flexibility to develop its own enforcement process within these parameters. An early, robust education program will minimize the amount of enforcement action needed. Also, if the jurisdiction is automatically providing service to its residents and commercial businesses, this further minimizes the need for enforcement actions. Next slide, please. In the case of entities such as public universities, school districts, federal facilities, which are exempt from local solid waste oversight, CalRecycle will be directly responsible for ensuring compliance. However, jurisdictions are required to provide education and outreach to these entities. CalRecycle will be evaluating a jurisdiction's compliance, for example, by verifying that all organic waste generators have service, jurisdictions are providing education, and jurisdictions are issuing notices of violation within the correct timeline. CalRecycle will be establishing a process for conducting jurisdiction audits. The timeline and process will be different than how it is done now. Much of a jurisdiction's existing programs will be integrated into this audit process, so you will not have separate reviews. SB 1383 sets a statewide target and not a jurisdiction organic waste diversion target. Unlike with AB 939, SB 1383 prohibits a jurisdiction target. Due to this structure, the regulations require a more prescriptive approach and establishes state minimum standards. Jurisdictions will have to demonstrate compliance with each of the prescriptive standards rather than a determination of a good faith effort. Under the regulations, if CalRecycle determines a jurisdiction is violating one or more of the requirements, CalRecycle will provide compliance assistance, such as checklists, model tools, and training. Although CalRecycle may begin penalty enforcement on regulated entities starting January 1st, 2022, the timelines for the enforcement process are not triggered until CalRecycle issues a notice of violation. Once CalRecycle determines enforcement actions or penalties are necessary, CalRecycle will implement if the process outlined in SB 1383. If you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. CalRecycle is helping jurisdictions in a number of ways, including the 4 model tools. These include Model Franchise Agreement, Model Mandatory Organics Disposal Reduction Ordinance, Model Organic Waste Product Procurement Policy, and Model Edible Food Recovery Agreement. The R3 Local Jurisdiction Service Rate Study, which provides guidance on setting organics recycling rates, was made available to jurisdictions in early March. We also have case studies of jurisdictions that have set rates, funded infrastructure, and educated the public and elected officials. A best management practices guidance document for identifying Tier 1 and Tier 2 commercial edible food generators, and we released the procurement calculator tool and held an accompanying webinar to help jurisdictions plan and track procurement activities. Other recently published tools include, for regional agencies, we developed model language for amending the JPA to address 1383 requirements that the JPA will be taking on. We developed the organic waste and edible food recovery calculator tools to help with the capacity planning requirements and held a webinar to cover this guidance. We also released a survey tool that jurisdictions can use to gather information from food recovery organizations and services regarding capacity. We developed department-issued waiver forms for jurisdictions that are eligible to apply for a waiver. CalRecycle will send out a listserv message once they start accepting applications. We also developed a new technology review process and application. CalRecycle will send out a listserv message once they start accepting applications. We have other tools that are scheduled to be released soon. These include, to help jurisdictions with maintaining records on site, we are developing a model implementation record keeping tool. We are developing a tool for best management practices for conducting route reviews. We are developing a series of training videos to support and further develop an understanding of the regulation requirements. And CalRecycle is working with a contractor on the data research for the statewide education campaign. The focus is using community social-based marketing to drive changes in behavior. Our staff is available to help individual jurisdictions with the implementation tools. We can identify funding resources for companies that want to site or expand their recycling manufacturing operations, and we can answer questions about the regulations. If there are other tools that you need, please let us know. The city of Burlingame is on its way to implementing a program that will meet SB 1383 regulations. We would like to acknowledge Burlingame for working on the following efforts in preparation for 2022. Developing its SB 1383 ordinance using the Rethink Waste model ordinance. Reviewing agreement with Rethink Waste to implement SB 1383 on behalf of the city. Reviewing agreement with the County of San Mateo Office of Sustainability to implement an edible food recovery program, and researching SB 1383 recovered organic materials targets with SMC Office of Sustainability and Rethink Waste. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. And Megan, thank you for handing those slides for me, and sorry about any miscommunication.
No worries.
Thank you, Ms. Webb.
you.
Do my colleagues have any questions? Councilmember Coulson.
Just one quick one, which is, are most cities able to handle this compliance work with their existing staff, or are cities needing to retain additional consultants or staff?
I'm going to send that to Kara Morgan. She's our branch chief. She'll be able to answer that for you.
Thanks so much. It really varies across the state. You have a lot of resources, with the JPA and the hauler. Other jurisdictions may not have similar resources. So some jurisdictions have sought consulting services. I think that's probably the most common thing that I'm seeing across the state.
Any other questions? Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are you taking comments right now or just questions?
And do we expect a presentation from SBWMA or not?
I would assume we would be getting that.
That's the next.
That's the next presentation.
So I'll just suggest we might hold questions until after SBWMA, because that may answer some of the questions you have.
Okay, we can do that.
So that would be over to you.
There's TJ, yeah.
Right.
And Megan will pull up your presentation as well.
Oh, okay, great. Hello, everyone. My name is TJ Carter. I'm the Recycling and Compliance Program Manager with Rethink Waste. I'll build upon the presentation from CalRecycle and discuss how we are planning for implementation of 1383 in the Rethink Waste service territory on behalf of our member agencies, which includes Burlingame. So we can hop over to the next slide. So we are fortunate enough to have so many great organizations involved. Under SB 1383, jurisdictions are ultimately responsible for compliance, but they may delegate some responsibility to public and private entities. The roles here shown on my slide were scoped from an SB 1383 compliance plan that was approved by the Rethink Waste Board of Directors in November 2020. To implement SB 1383, it is expected Rethink Waste, Recology, the county's Office of Sustainability, and the city will all have a piece of SB 1383. Next slide. For Rethink Waste service territory, we're pursuing a 3-container system for all customers. This is an approach you may be familiar with at the residential level, with blue, green, and black carts for recycling, compost, and landfill. And as noted by CalRecycle, commercial customers can apply for waivers. So I want to touch on a few of these main SB 1383 elements that are important for compliance and implementation. The SB 1383 ordinance, the enforcement program, procurement, collection and processing, edible food recovery, and then a few items that thread in between these elements. Next slide. As noted by CalRecycle, jurisdictions need to adopt an enforcement mechanism. Rethink Waste has developed a model ordinance specific to our service territory to support our member agencies on this requirement. Though there are areas in the model ordinance that we've provided that the city will need to complete that is specific to Burlingame. Rethink Waste has hired a consultant who drafted our model ordinance and is available to help you customize your ordinance. And then again, the ordinance will need to be in place by January 1, 2022. Next slide. For enforcement, Rethink Waste will conduct outreach and education, help identify and educate non-compliant entities, and will pass along complaints to the jurisdiction. For the city, this includes adopting the ordinance, issuing notice of violations, and assessing penalties. And then there may be a need to hire additional staff to support for enforcement. For the edible food recovery program, the county's Office of Sustainability has offered to lead the enforcement for that piece. Next slide. And then I want to highlight the procurement targets that were discussed by CalRecycle. Mainly the targets for recovered organic materials. For Burlingame, we have an estimate that Burlingame will need to procure roughly 1,300 tons of compost to meet this target. Again, it's based on the population of the city. And so market costs could range from $120,000 to $345,000 annually. The Rethink Waste and the county's Office of Sustainability are researching options to help our jurisdictions meet these large recovered organic material procurement targets. Next slide. And then Rethink Waste is working to scope the new services with Recology to meet SB 1383 requirements. At a high level, we are discussing the additional organic collection, outreach and education, and scoping cost estimates. These changes will be in the form of amendment number 2 to the franchise agreement, and we anticipate bringing this to our member agencies in the fall. Next slide. The county's Office of Sustainability has offered to take the lead on the edible food recovery program on behalf of jurisdictions in San Mateo County. Jurisdictions will need to adopt the Memorandum of Understanding with the county's Office of Sustainability for participation. Rethink Waste will support this through targeted outreach and education and capacity building support. At a high level, Rethink Waste has hired contractors to help with this project, like technical assistance for the model ordinance and developing Recology's scope of services. We will take a lead on record keeping and reporting requirements and issuing the waivers. We have put together a memorandum of understanding outlining all the roles and responsibilities Rethink Waste will take on behalf of our member agencies. With that, I am happy to take any questions on this.
Thank you for the presentation. I am going to start out with Councilmember Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm sure Executive Director LaMariana would like to make a comment. I'm going to ask a question and then make a quick comment. My question for Ms. Webb is, we at SBWMA have tried to get ahead of this curve to take organics out of the waste stream, and indeed, as you know, have put in place machinery so that we can convert the organic waste into a material that can be turned into bioenergy, which is one of the goals of the state draft, as you pointed out. In a kind of left-hand, right-hand problem, one of the places that might use our slurry to turn it into bioenergy is now limited by the California Air Resources Board as to how much material they can take. And so my question is, can Cal Recycle help us break through that logjam and change the rules such that if a wastewater treatment plant is handling organic waste as part of a state mandate, that that would not breach CARB limits? And you don't have to have the answer right now, but I'd like to suggest that that's a really valuable, practical change that we could see in the way that the regulatory agencies handle this material. So maybe I'll consider that a comment more than a question. It's a little unfair. My comment, just for my colleagues, and I'll hand it over to Mr. LaMariana, but this is one of so bad news, good news. I mean, the good news is being part of a JPA with 10 other member agencies means we can share some of this overhead. You got a taste of it. This is an extremely burdensome regulation. It's burdensome in its reporting, it's burdensome in its enforcement, and it's burdensome in terms of just the mechanics. And so having SBWMA doing these model ordinances for all of us takes a big load off our staff's shoulders, so that's a good thing. But the bad thing, to just draw a finer point to it, is having 3 bins for every single business and every single restaurant means a lot more bins in our downtown and a lot more bins in our multifamily housing, and all of them need to be picked up. So this is expensive, and it puts more trucks on our road. And we tried to avoid that outcome by handling all the organic waste at the facility. We just can't do it. At least apparently we can't do it. So I just want to make it more clear that this is a burdensome solution to the problem of organic waste, and it will cost everybody more money because it means more trucks. So anyway, that's my comment. Joe, did you want to?
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. Before Joe LaMariana speaks, I actually have a couple of questions too that maybe Joe you can answer. So actually, quick question to our staff. One is, do we have the staff to be able to do this? Or do you think we're going to have to hire someone?
I think I'll be able to handle this, especially because we fortunately have Rethink Waste and leading a lot of these efforts. And compliance is really going to fall on us in 2 years only, that we're going to need to do enforcement. And it seems, after talking to our compliance enforcement officer, that that's something that she could take on. But as that gets closer, we could have that conversation with her more and see if.
So the compliance goes into effect, is it 2024?
Yes.
Okay. So then my questions then to Mr. LaMariana is very similar to actually Councilmember Brownrigg. I'm trying to think, where are you going to put all these bins if the businesses don't have room for them currently, or multi-dwelling units? Secondly, I know I've been receiving complaints for the last month in regards to garbage pickup in our downtown area and multi-dwelling units. And so how is that going to be addressed? Because this is going to be a lot more work. And then trying to kind of implement this in such a short time period. My other question is going to be, how are you going to educate all these businesses and the landlords? Because this is, for multi-dwelling, it's going to be landlords picking up the price and trying to figure out how and where, you know, these bins are going to go, when it's going to be picked up, and so forth. And I don't want people getting, you know, penalized if there isn't extensive outreach, so they really understand why this is being done and how it's going to be done.
Madam Mayor, may I comment?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. And so nice to see you. So nice to see Board Member Brownrigg and the rest of the council. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us. This law and the compliance of this law is a really big lift. No sugarcoating that, is there? I think we're absolutely committed to doing it for the right reasons. The law was passed in 2016. It has been in a rulemaking zone, if you will, for about 3 years now, which speaks to the largeness of this. And our agency, through the actions of our board, have been very supportive of the environmental benefits of this. And with that, with those benefits do come a financial cost and some operational costs. So we've estimated that on top of the normal, we operate right now in a fixed cost contract environment with Recology and with our facility operator, South Bay Recycling. So we normally advance their costs on an annual basis on a CPI basis, right? So if CPI is X percentage, it's not quite that clear one for one, but it's, there's a number of indices that we tune into, and this is a very good set of contracts for our ratepayers. In addition to that, we're estimating that this will probably be, for the first year or two, probably somewhere between 3 and 7% additional to that. And I know that's one of the questions we get asked every time we're making these presentations. We're getting out into the member agency elected bodies and trying to share what we're doing and why we're doing it. So I also should say, we're really lucky to have some great partners. One of them is right here, Cal Recycle. These folks, they're the enforcement agency. The legislature has charged them with enforcing the compliance of this law for the reasons that were stated earlier. We've got longstanding, excellent working relationships with both Tracy Webb and Kara. Thank you, ladies, for joining us tonight. I know you've been very popular these days doing these presentations throughout the state, and I think you guys did a great job. Yeah, it's got a lot of layers of complexity to the messaging. So I do want to compliment you there. I also want to compliment the County of San Mateo's Office of Sustainability. we are very lucky in San Mateo County to have them as partners, because they recognized early on and they stepped forward with a plan to fulfill the edible food waste recovery portion of this. And I always kind of joke to folks when I'm talking, I say, you know, our agency and our facility is focused on the used food component of the material, but this bill and the spirit of it is really focused on capturing edible material, you know, human consumption edible material way upstream and getting it to those folks who are food insecure. And boy, do we need that in our society. So that's phenomenal. We're lucky we have them as a resource. We're working in collaboration. We, the agency, on your behalf, are working to collaborate with that team over there and do our part to help them with that. And that is an unusual model. That is not the case in the other 58 counties. I hear many of my colleagues throughout the state wishing that they had a situation like that. So I think what's going to happen is there's going to be versions of the food recovery that will emerge from this in models, but I think we've got a really strong model that really maximizes, or I should say minimizes costs involved in this and disperses them throughout the community, just like our agency provides such strong technical support for you guys. Moving forward, you know, our agency is coming up to speed to provide each of the 11 member agencies with technical support and resources so that you don't have to staff up, you know, each individual city. And that is one of the real high value components of being part of a regional organization that has common goals like this. So I'm very pleased to talk about this. Madam Mayor, a moment ago, you and some others sort of touched on this and alluded to this about the extra carts and the extra operational support that we're going to be looking for the Recology team to execute with their operations. As branch division manager Kara Morgan mentioned earlier, oh, and I think Tracy, you might have mentioned it in your part of the presentation. There are 3 different waivers that can be granted. One of them is for space. So this is a very important component. This isn't a get out of jail card for free. You know, we are trying to do everything in our power to implement and execute the spirit of this law, but there is an option that with verification, and I should make a comment, with ongoing verification. So it isn't just the one time, yeah, you have no space, that's it, boom, you get a waiver. We have to go back, I want to say it's every 2 years or every 3rd year to verify, every 5? Yeah, okay, thank you, Kara. Every 5th year to verify that the circumstances are the same that allowed us to grant the waiver in the first place. So, and if that's the case, so what was it? It was de minimis material, meaning if you generate very little, you know, you're an auto parts shop, you just don't generate organic material, period. You know, that's how it is. So that would be an example of a waiver, and then the space would be as well. So that's it. And I also heard very loudly about the importance of educating the commercial and multifamily communities on the spirit of this this law. To that point, this Thursday night at 6:30, we are hosting the first of several town hall meetings to the commercial and multifamily community within our entire SBWMA service area. And we're going to go through an exercise just like we're going through tonight, and we're going to handle Q&A with those parties that choose to attend. We've got a second one planned. I'm going to look for my teammates, TJ and Julia, to recite that date off the top of my head. I just don't know it, TJ. What is that?
October 27th.
Thank you. And if we need to do more of those, we will. You know, if we find like we've, you know, because that's the way to connect. And then, of course, we're looking to our franchise hauler partnership, the good folks at Recology. They've got a zero waste specialist staff of 6 that will be out in the commercial community, you know, providing education as well. And then we also we'll be working on a much higher level, a broader level to the broad community to provide messaging out there as well. We understand that's a very key component to this. And we've already got a very robust outreach program that has well, in normal times, we have about 6,000 people that tour our site every single year in San Carlos. And by the way, our site is your site, I might add. This is a site that we operate on your behalf and our behalf, since I'm a Burlingame resident. So we don't have those in-person tours right now, but we've got many virtual tours with school kids and the general public. And from what I understand from our outreach team, we're becoming quite booked up, and it's real popular there. So we understand and get and value, really strongly value, the importance of community outreach and trying to explain what we're doing, and more importantly, why we're doing it. And we also hold several community-wide events a year. One of them is an Earth Day week. That whole idea. We normally hold a community festival. During the last 2 years, we haven't been able to hold that, but we do it virtually. We've had up to 500-600 people at the site during those events. And then we also, in the fall, in November, we host a Rethink Recycling Days event. So those are some ways that we get out there. Those are some high level. The last thing I want to do is really compliment Board Member Brownrigg for just being an outstanding advocate, not only for the people of Burlingame, but also Board Member Brownrigg is just so in tune to so many of the environmental and financial aspects of our agency. And really, I think your question a moment ago, Mr. Brownrigg, about talking about looking for CalRecycle's help with the Air District permits, that is an essential part of this discussion, because we have made an investment in this alternative energy to collect the biogases. And there are some limitations with what would be potential partners of ours, the wastewater treatment plants, where that material would go and they would harvest those gases and use it to create a green source of energy to power their operations. And we're now finding out that there's hard limits to the permits that don't allow them to take as much as we had originally planned. So that would be a wonderful obstacle that, Kara, if you and Tracy are taking notes, we will have an afterthought conversation on that to work with our friends at the CARB, the California Air Resources Board, to see how we can really make this happen, because that is an obstacle right now, and it seems like it goes against the spirit of what we're trying to do here. So with that, I'm happy to take questions. Or the team.
Thank you, Mr. LaMariana. I think it would be helpful when you do have these workshop Zoom meetings that you send the information to our city manager and our city clerk, so we can put it in our e-news and send it to our constituents and also to the downtown bids and chamber.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay, so I'm going to open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment on this item number? Doesn't look like it, so I'm going to close public comment. And then to our city clerk, anyone email on this item number?
No, we didn't receive any emails.
Okay, very good. All right, any comments from my Councilmember Brownrigg, from my colleagues?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just a quick point. It probably goes without saying, but obviously this extra cost burden is going to have to get passed down. So the agency is going to do its very best to be as efficient as possible, but we'll probably have to talk later on about what that means for rates. So just as a heads up, it does gives all of us rationale for explaining to residents if anybody asks. This is a state mandate, so thank you.
Councilmember Beach.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and a huge thanks to CalRecycle for the presentation, for Rethink Waste for all their hard work. Councilmember Brownrigg for being our rep and doing a great job. I echo the vision is a great one. It is a big lift, and I am certainly concerned about the cost. I think what's interesting, I just called the League of California Cities today to just understand the funding aspect. There's a bill on the governor's desk right now that everybody's hopeful he'll sign, SB 170. That's a budget bill for a $60 million pot of funds to implement these changes, but it is going to take billions of dollars to implement statewide. And so CalCycle, I'm sure you hear this, but anything that we can do to advocate for additional funding for this bucket, it's really hard to do these kind of unfunded mandates where the ratepayers can absorb some, but then we've got our compost, purchase equivalent, that was interesting, 1,300 tons. I'm glad we've got some numbers, but between $100,000 and $400,000 that's going to cost the city that we're responsible for. These are hard things during hard economic times for all cities, and we're in better shape than most. So really hope with a lot of these one-time funds that the state is thinking about how they can help cities and counties implement this admirable vision, but it's a really big lift. And note that we are required to be compliant as of January 1st, 22, but we are not required to enforce compliance on our subdivisions right until 24. So we've got this time where we're kind of holding the bag, and this is a big lift. So thank you to all the amazing staff that's working on this and helping us through the process. Thanks.
Thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment before we move forward to our next item?
I did just want to say, so this will be coming up in October 18th is what we're scheduling for, that you'll see these MOUs and ordinances that have been discussed to the council so that we get it in before the January 1st, 2022 deadline.
Great, thank you very much, Sigal, and thank you everyone for Tracy, Kara, and Joe for the presentation and answering our questions. Appreciate it. All right, we will move from our presentations to public comments. Members of the public may speak out on any item not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to suggest an item for a future council agenda may do so during this public comment period. The Ralph M. Brown Act prohibits the City Council from acting on any matter that is not on the agenda. So on that note, I am going to open up the public comment, and we have Sandra Lang. Do you want to unmute yourself?
I'm sorry. I did. Thank you, Mayor O'Brien and council members. Good evening. First of all, I was going to just make a very general statement about the quality of life. Really in Burlingame, it's really been a hallmark of our wonderful city, and it was to see this tonight with the great example of our ball players bringing their achievements out in the world. I think it's just great. The reason I'm calling tonight is that I have two items that are more or less related to the quality of life. First one is I'd like to encourage and urge us to really look very seriously at home hardening, which is a well-known technique for wildfire prevention. And I don't think I need to really harp on the danger of wildfires because it's been a terrible experience and will continue to be with climate change. And then secondly, I think that one of the elements of really a good quality of life, and one that Burlingame's always prided itself on, is that people like to really remain in their own homes. And this is becoming increasingly difficult with a lot of increasing costs. Some are beyond the scope of the city's policies and some aren't. I think that I'd like to see some relief for homeowners and renters somehow incorporated into the city planning or policy. I'm not going to talk tonight about the sewer increases because there are always increases when you're in a municipality. But I do think that the homeowners and the renters have contributed to the quality of life in our city, and that we deserve, all of us, to have some relief in some way from probably a lot of the impacts that we're experiencing. And also, once again, back to my real concern is to maintain, the quality of life. And I think what I want to do is let it go at that tonight. But I do have these concerns. They primarily, probably for homeowners and renters, revolve around income and, affordability as well. So thank you very much. And this is a very informative meeting this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Is there anyone else? Okay, if not, we will go on to the approval of our consent calendar. Is anyone, any of my colleagues want to pull anything off? Okay, if not, I will turn to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to pull an item off the agenda this evening? Okay, to our city clerk, did anyone send an email wanting to pull anything off?
No, we didn't receive any.
Okay, thank you. So will someone make a motion, please?
Move to approve items 8A through 8G.
Second.
A motion made by Vice Mayor Ortiz, seconded by Council Member Colson. May we have roll call, please?
Madam Mayor, may I make a quick comment on the motion? Just to say briefly that item 8G has to do with a grand jury report about police interactions with, especially with people of color. And I just wanted to call out that our agency is already adopting all of the recommendations and is ahead of the curve, and just proud of our department for leading in that particular field. Didn't need to pull it off to say that, but wanted to make a comment on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Colson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz?
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. All right, on to item 9, where we have 2 public hearings this evening. So we're going to start out with item 9A, which is the introduction of the ordinance amending chapter 15.08 of the Burlingame Municipal Code to modify the procedure for sewer rate adoption, CEQA determination exempt pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, section 15378, 15601B3. Can we have staff report, please? Director Machusa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to clarify that this is not for adopting sewer rates tonight. This is essentially changing procedure and making it consistent with adopting rates, utility rates, such as water rates. So briefly, the city, by Government Code Section 66016(b), authorizes the city to adopt water and sewer rates, either by ordinance or resolution. Sewer service charges for all existing and new customers are currently established by ordinance in Burlingame. However, the water rates, on the other hand, are adopted by City Council resolution, as described in the Municipal Code Chapter 15.04. In both cases, the city follows the public hearing process as ordained by Proposition 218. The proposed ordinance will change the procedure for adopting sewer rates in the future, consistent with the procedure that the city utilizes for water rates, which is adopting by resolution. All other procedures will remain same as currently do exist in the municipal code. So it makes the process more consistent, more efficient. It avoids two-step approval process for introducing ordinance and adopting ordinance. And also this is not subject to environmental compliance, Environmental Quality Act, And there is no fiscal impact as a result of this. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Mutusa. Any questions? Okay, if not, for our city clerk, can you please read the title of the attached ordinance?
An ordinance of the City of Burlingame amending Chapter 15.08 of the Burlingame Municipal Code to modify the procedure for sewer rate adoption. CEQA determination exempt pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, sections 15378 and 15601B3.
Do I have a motion waiving further reading?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Beach, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Roll call. Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Unmute yourself,
Brownrigg.
Councilmember Brownrigg. Or a thumbs up.
Sorry, I thought I had unmuted. Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes. All right, and then we'll be conducting a public hearing on this ordinance. So I will open it up to the public. Is there anyone that would like to make a comment on this item? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Megan, were there any emails pertaining to this item?
No, there weren't.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments on this item before I direct the city clerk? Okay, if not, then to our city clerk, you'll be able to publish a summary of the ordinance at least 5 days before the proposed adoption.
Yes, Madam Mayor, can we make a motion to bring it back for a second reading?
Yes.
So moved.
That motion, okay. Do I have a second?
So moved.
Councilmember Coulson seconded it. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. All right, on to item 9B. This is a public hearing and adoption of the Downtown Burlingame Avenue Business Improvement District assessments for the fiscal year 2021 and 22. We have staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council member. Before tonight is public hearing item for Downtown Burlingame Avenue Business Improvement District assessment for fiscal year 21-22. On August 16, 2021, the City Council adopted resolution of intention to set assessment for the Downtown Burlingame Improvement District for 21-22 and establish the public hearing date and time. The assessment value for the entire district about $90,000. Which is used to provide business enhancement activities, events, and publicity for the business in the district. If there's per task by business represent a majority of the value of the assessment, then the resolution cannot be approved. At the time of writing the staff report, the city had not received any protest out of 439 businesses. I also checked with our city clerk this afternoon, and then we have now did not receive any. I don't know, Megan, did you receive any since then or?
No, we're clear.
Okay, great. So if the since we don't have anything, if the protests do not constitute majority, then staff recommend adopt the resolution and approve the assessment. This concludes my staff report. I'm here to answer any question you may have.
Great, thank you very much, Director Scott. Do we have any questions? Okay, so if not, I will open to public hearing. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment? It doesn't look like. I'm going to close public hearing. Megan, did anyone email you in regards to this item?
No, I didn't receive any emails.
Okay, and then as previously mentioned, there were no protests.
Correct.
Prior to this meeting. Okay, so then on that note, unless someone wants to make any comments on this, does anyone want to make a motion to adopt the resolution and approving these assessments?
So moved.
Second?
Motion made by Councilmember Brownrigg, seconded by Councilmember Beach. Megan, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Now we will go into our staff reports and communication. So we're going to start with item number 10A, which is consideration of the California Drive Bicycle Facility Design Alternatives. And can we have staff report from our Director for Public Works, Director Mertusa, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I would actually hand this out to my Transportation Program Manager, Alicia May, who will provide some background. And Aaron Silva he's a project manager from Mark Thomas and Company, who is a consultant from designs, is in the process of designing this project, will make a presentation regarding this project. Essentially, what we are asking you tonight is a feedback and direction regarding your preferred alternative. We have had a long community process, both BPAC, Traffic Safety Commission, and the rest of the public at large provided a lot of feedback. And then staff took all that into consideration and went back and forth with Traffic Safety Commission and also the BPAC. And what you have before you tonight is a culmination of all those input that the staff received. So with that, I will hand over to Alicia May.
Great, thank you, Director Mertusa.
Megan, can you allow Alicia and Aaron to be part of the, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Syed. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update on the California Drive Bicycle Facility Project. So joined with me this evening is Mr. Aaron Silva. As Syed had mentioned, he's the project manager from Mark Thomas, our design consultant for this project. Mrs. Silva has led and delivered many successful complete street projects involving local roadway improvements, bicycle and pedestrian improvements, and parking impact analysis. He is an active transportation advocate himself who understands the balance of between motorized and non-motorized travel safety. So we're very happy to have him as part of our team. So California Drive is one of the city's major north-south commuter corridors. It is recognized by the community and in the updated 2020 Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan as a high priority bicycle network. So this project is the segment of California Drive between Broadway and Oak Grove Avenue and focuses on extending the improved Class 2 bikeway north of Broadway. And the city aims to enhance this north-south connection across the city by improving the safety, comfort, and attractiveness of biking for all people of all ability and age. And the overall plan is to complete the California Drive bike network from Murchison all the way to Peninsula Avenue. Next slide, please. So I want to share a quick overview of what has taken place so far. Director Mertusa had touched base on it a little bit, and we will provide more details throughout the presentation. So in 2020, staff applied for and was awarded $800,000 in Measure A and W grant funding through the San Mateo County Transportation Authority Pedestrian and Bicycle Program. This grant funding is approved for the construction phase of the project. And in June, the project team developed 2 design alternatives and shared them with adjacent businesses and neighborhoods through an online survey. Also in June, the project team presented these design alternatives to the Traffic Safety and Parking Commission and received great feedback and a preferred alternative. The team then further develop the details of the preferred alternative and presented an update to the commissioners in the August 2021 meeting. And at the same time, Mr. Silva and I met with members of the Community Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee to answer any questions that they have and to receive feedback regarding the design concept. We do anticipate advertisement for construction for this project in summer of 2022. So with that, may I introduce Mr. Aaron Silva again, who will go over the design concept and details for this project.
Sorry about that, trying to unmute myself and I exited my screen. All right, so Alicia gave a really good overview, but just to orient you with the location of the project, it is from Oak Grove down at the bottom of the screen up to Broadway, which is at the top of the screen. There are traffic signals existing at Broadway, Carmelita, and Oak Grove Avenue, and the project parallels the existing Caltrain train tracks. And the existing California Drive is 2 northbound lanes, 2 southbound lanes with a parking on both sides and a center turn lane. During the development of the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, there was a public outreach effort and survey, and the end results were a selection of an alternative that provided protected bikeways, which is bikeways that are physically separated from vehicle traffic lanes. And that was a preferred alternative, whether a lane reduction was going to be feasible or not. So maintaining the existing number of lanes or removing lanes, the community selected, approximately 64% of the community selected a alternative that provided those separated bikeways. Overall, the project goals are to improve safety and comfort for bicyclists, improve signal timing along the corridor, improve the Broadway intersection for bicyclists. That's a very challenging intersection as it is right now. We're coordinating our project with the Caltrain grade separation project, which is ongoing, which is proposing to grade separate or change the grade of the existing railroad tracks at Broadway up and over Broadway. And then align this project for future bikeways, both south of Oak Grove and then also looking north of Broadway. One of the first steps was to do a traffic analysis to determine if a lane reduction would be a viable option. And this is a table summary of the before and after condition of the delay that would be experienced at the different intersections along the corridor. And that dark gray column is the existing conditions, and then off to the right is when the project with a road diet is implemented. And the results were very promising. There was no significant change in delay. I highlighted in the 2 blue boxes the difference between existing condition and with project. There was a slight increase of delay, only a few seconds, but the level of service remains the same. After we got that information, we developed 2 alternatives. Alternative A should look familiar. It was what was selected in the bicycle master plan, and it was one-way class 4 bikeways. So that means that there was a bikeway both on the west side of California Drive and on the east side of California Drive. Quickly, the benefits of this alternative is a reduction or a traffic calming effect because of the reduced number of lanes and the narrower lane widths. We provide separated bikeways, which is increasing the comfort and safety for cyclists along the corridor. And then it also provides a bicycle facility that is on the west side of California Drive, which is adjacent to the existing businesses. Some of the impacts of this alternative is the parking loss near driveways. And so with a parking protected, where you have parked cars on the other side of the bikeway, there's a need to set back parking at the intersections and driveways. And that setback has an impact to approximately 35 parking stalls on the west side of the corridor. It also required that there were narrower traffic lanes, so less than 11 feet is considered narrow. And this requires narrow traffic lanes because we have to maintain the proper width for parking and a minimum 3-foot separation between the bikeway and the parked cars. And then additionally, there's more conflict points with vehicles. Because you have a bikeway on the west side, there are several driveways and intersections that interact with the bikeway. And so those are additional conflict points that would be along the corridor. Now, we also developed another alternative. We saw an opportunity to provide that same level of comfort and safety and traffic calming as alternative A, but remove that vehicle conflict that exists in alternative A by moving the bikeway up against the east side of California Drive near the railroad tracks. So again, you get that same reduction in vehicle speeds and the traffic calming effects. You have separated bikeways, which is separated by a physical separation like a vertical delineator, and parked cars. You removed all the conflict points that exist on the west side because there are no vehicle crossings within our project limits on that east side. And then it's consistent with future corridor plans. And the plan is, as identified in the Bikeway Master Plan, is to carry either Class 4 or Class 1 the entire length of California Drive. So both south of Oak Grove and north of Broadway. And this would be the first implementation of that vision along this segment. There would be some parking loss as a result of the road diet. This is common for both alternatives. When you are heading northbound on Oak Grove, we have to drop a lane from 2 northbound lanes to a single northbound lane. And that lane merge would remove parking spots along that side. We did initially have an online survey that ran for 3 weeks, and we had 185 respondents. This is the demographics that we received, whether you're a resident or a business owner or just a commuter along the corridor. So we got some good feedback. We also wanted to know if people were using the corridor to drive or bike or walk or use transit. And so we received that feedback. And we presented both alternative A and alternative B. And the result of that online survey was 52% of the people preferred alternative B. And that was the two-way Class 4 bikeway or separated bikeway on the east side of California Drive. So after receiving that feedback and presenting to TSPC, we were asked to develop the concept in a little more detail to highlight some of the intersection treatments, how transitions would be handled, and provide more details at street crossings along the corridor. So I'm going to walk through the detailed concepts with you. To orient you, Broadway is up at the top of the screen and north is kind of pointing to the left. And I'll walk through this as if you're a cyclist. So if you're a southbound cyclist, you would continue south through the intersection of Broadway, and you would enter in a Class 2 bike lane, which is an on-street bike lane separated by a stripe. And as soon as there is enough width along the corridor, we develop a buffer between the bike lane and the travel lane. And that takes us all the way to Carmelita, where there's an existing traffic signal. As a cyclist, to enter into the two-way facility, you would cross through the intersection on a green phase and queue up into a 2-stage left turn, which is you essentially stop and wait for the green phase to cross California. Once you cross California, you continue south along the corridor in the two-way facility. While I'm on this page as a northbound cyclist, you'd be on the east side of California Drive. You would continue up to the Carmelita intersection. Once you get the green phase, you would continue through the intersection at the driveway for Caltrain. You would transition across and you would enter into a through bike lane, which is separated by a through lane and a right turn pocket. That takes you up to the Broadway intersection, and then you would continue on as it currently exists north of Broadway. If you're a left turning cyclist that would be turning left onto Broadway, there is a bike box here that allows cyclists to transition and be in front of the left turn. And that way you can complete the left turn once there's a left turn phase. This prevents cyclists from having to navigate across multiple through lanes and into the left turn pocket to make that turn. This is an example of what a two-way Class 4 bikeway would look like. So that photo off to the right is the two-way facility, which would be separated by a yellow center stripe. There's buffer to the left with vertical delineators, and then parked cars as an additional separation. We also are looking at evaluating different types of vertical delineators. This is an example of a wave delineator. So there are multiple options that we could use and implement as the physical separation. Continuing down the corridor, you could see that we've highlighted several street crossings that are currently unsignalized. At these locations, we will provide high visibility crosswalks and rapid flashing beacons. So those rapid flashing beacons, you might be familiar with, but they're signs that are on either side of the street with LEDs that could be activated by cyclists. And so if you were exiting the facility, you could come up, press a button, it would activate the flashing beacons and you could cross the street. These elements on either side of the crossing are just a refuge. So they're mounted on to the pavement, raised concrete curb and a median that could help protect cyclists while they're waiting and gives them a space to queue and be out of the vehicle lanes and be out of the bikeway. When there's a gap to be able to cross, they can then cross the street. We're implementing that at all the unsignalized crossings between Broadway and Oak Grove. Continuing, this cross-section or this lane configuration continues the remainder of the corridor where you have a single southbound lane, a single northbound lane, and a center turn lane. So the Class 4 facility or the cycle track continues down, and we have several bus stops, and there's options of how we treat those bus stops. We want to, since we have a single lane, want to provide space for buses to be able to pull out of the lane and not block traffic, and then allow passenger loading and unloading across the bikeway. Here's a picture of an example of what this island would look like. You have buses that would queue up next to a raised island, and then the Class 4 facility would ramp up to the equal grade of that island. So passengers loading and unloading can cross the bikeway and onto the existing sidewalk. This is towards the end of the corridor, and I'll start just kind of south of Oak Grove and work my way north. There's two existing northbound travel lanes. This is that lane drop that I was explaining. So we would go from 2 lanes to a single lane through a lane transition. And that transition length is based on the design speed of the vehicle. As a cyclist, if you're heading southbound, you would continue up to the intersection of Oak Grove. And you could see there's another bus stop just north of Oak Grove. And we would be implementing a very similar raised island. And as a cyclist that wants to continue southbound, there would be a queue box similar to at Carmelita. They would get the green phase to cross California Drive, queue up in their own box, and then continue on in the existing bikeway. Through the development, we also did a parking study to see if parking on the east side of California Drive could be removed. The preliminary results of that report shows that there's adequate openings for parking within the adjacent streets, and that parking can be removed. As a result of that additional space, there was an opportunity to include, along with a cycle track on the east side, a southbound buffered bikeway down California Drive. Now, the trade-offs with implementing this treatment would be the removal of 90 parking spots, and those are the parking spots that are currently on the east side. You're also removing the parking protection on the east side. Like I mentioned, we not only have vertical delineators, but we have parked cars separating the bikeway from the vehicle lane. By removing that on-street parking, you're left with only the vertical element. You're also reducing parking on the west side of California Drive as a result of the Class 2 bikeway. You could see highlighted in blue are all the driveways just along this segment, but this is very representative of the entire corridor. And all these green dashes are all those conflict points that I was talking about. So we have to set back parking in order to create enough visibility from people entering and exiting those driveways. Furthermore, there's some potential conflicts with the Broadway grade separation projects. Once the Broadway grade separation project comes in, they'll have to modify the number of lanes that are currently at the intersection with California Drive and Broadway. So if you're heading westbound on Broadway. There's currently a single left turn lane to southbound California Drive. After the grade separation project's implemented, there will be two westbound turn lanes that turn southbound onto Broadway Drive, meaning that California Drive needs to have two receiving lanes at the intersection. Because of that lane configuration, a class 2 bikeway or bike lane cannot be implemented right at that intersection between Broadway and and Carmelita Avenue.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify to the city council and the public is that I don't know if we made transition from alternative B to modified alternative B, even though it's on the title. This council, I wanted to clarify that this alternative, modified alternative has the protected bike lane on the east side. And on top of that, you have additional lane on the west side going southbound. And the idea is that there was a concern that people who are used to riding on the west side of the street going southbound, they will feel or find it inconvenient to go across the traffic signal at Carmelita and ride it on the east side and then come back on Oak Road on the west side to make the transition. So in order to study that, staff looked at this more in detail. So this is alternative B modified that provides 3 bike lane facilities, 2 a full bike track and in a dedicated southbound protected southbound lane, bike lane.
So just a quick question then on that. So if you're looking at this for long-term goals, this will conflict though when we do the grade separation, this option.
Correct.
When we do, correct. Yeah, when we do grade separation, we do have to remove this and we have to realign this this option. Yes.
Yeah, and with the implementation of the grade separation, where we show the transition, and I'm going to go back real quick so I could explain it with a visual. The striping between Carmelita Avenue and Broadway is what we're calling the interim, the condition. Once the grade separation is constructed, the 2-way class 4 or cycle track will be picked up and carried on a class 1 bike path that gets constructed with the grade separation up to Broadway intersection. There's several improvements happening for bikeways through the intersection, and then the class 1 path will turn along Broadway over to Carolyn. So what we're doing with our project between Carmelita and Broadway is allowing for that transition to the 2-way. And then once the Broadway grade separation comes in, the parking lot gets reconstructed and there will be space for a class 1 bike path, which is a shared pedestrian and bicycle about 10 to 12 feet wide that will be separated from the roadway and carried up to Broadway.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I have 2 other people who want to ask questions. Do you mind if we do them now rather than waiting till the end, Mr. Silva?
No, whatever's most convenient. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm going to start with Vice Mayor Ortiz, followed by Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Silva, if you could just clarify on the alternative B modified, where are the parking spaces that are eliminated? I see the intersection, but I just can't identify it.
Yeah, so we show red curb. And so there was a potential to have 3 existing parking. We would have red curb set back from either driveway that would eliminate a parking spot. And so you could see the red curb along the corridor where we would be preventing cars from parking.
Okay, and is that all the way up and down the project?
Yes, with this proposal, this alternative B modified, it would be required to prohibit parking within a certain distance of driveways and intersections.
So the 90 spaces are spread out throughout the project, is not in a closed area.
Well, the 90, it also includes the spaces on the east side of California Drive.
Okay, and can I go back to the Oak Grove of the Broadway? You were talking about the class 1 bike lane that once the grade separation is built, that it would turn and go to Carolyn. What happens if I want to go straight and if I want to keep going north? Could you clarify that?
Yeah, and so there's more detail with the grade separation project. Once the class 1 path comes up to the intersection, that's what is called a protected intersection or semi-protected intersection, where there's cross bike or crosswalks for bicycles that navigate all 4 corners of the intersection. So if you wanted to continue north, you would cross through the right turn and then cross and continue northbound on California.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
And I'd like to add that this option that we have before you, the idea is to build the long-term vision in pieces as we can through the grants and other means. So in the future, north of Broadway, the idea is to add a full bike track along the east side of the road. And but in the near term, when we do unless we have all the money to build all the track in one shot, we could do that. But in the near term, the two-way track essentially stops at Broadway as part of the grade separation project, but then it gets picked up as a separate project north of Broadway, or it could be concurrent depending on funding availability of funds.
Okay, Councilmember Beach, followed by Councilmember Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify on the differences of the impact of the future Broadway grade separation on both the alternative B and the alternative B modified. So I talked with Director Martuza this afternoon, and my understanding is that really in terms of a potential in the B modified, there's a southbound class 2 bike lane, right, in the B modified, but that is between Broadway and Carmelita, where the Broadway grade separation would impact. That's identical in both of those designs. My understanding is that the difference between the B modified is that that class 2 bike lane continues beyond Carmelita. And yes, it has some potential parking impacts, but that Broadway grade separation is going to reconfigure the section between Broadway and Carmelita because of the infrastructure project on either design. That was my understanding this afternoon. Is there a difference? Am I misunderstanding something?
Yeah, so this section between Broadway and Carmelita, once you have the Broadway grade separation project in, there will be 2 left turn lanes here. And so there will need to be 2 receiving lanes. So the roadway gets reconfigured to accommodate 2 receiving lanes. So that doesn't allow enough space to continue the southbound class 2 bike lane. So
but that's a problem in both designs because right now, correct?
Correct. So if I were to talk about continuing a southbound class 2 at Carmelita and eliminating the section between Carmelita and Broadway, as a cyclist, if you wanted to access that, you would come up to the Broadway intersection. You would cross both legs of the intersection to get into the class 1. You would ride along the class 1 until Carmelita, and then you would have to cross back over south of Carmelita to continue into a southbound class 2 bikeway.
Well, you could continue on a road as an automobile or if we had sharrows, but I guess the big picture I want to understand, I want to make sure I understand. Broadway grade separation, heaven help us, it's going to get done. It's going to reconfigure regardless of what we do, the section between Broadway and Carmelita. The difference is what it feels like for the cyclist, whether or not there's a lane there. It won't exist in either of the designs.
Correct.
Okay, so I think that's an important because that was brought out as a major change in the modified. The other thing I wanted to, I watched the Teaspoon meeting and there was some interesting discussion about the west side parking where you showed the red buffers, how you might lose some parking there. And there was some discussion about on-site parking at the businesses. And it came up a couple times that those businesses generally have on-site parking. Is that an accurate
Correct.
characterization? That came up a couple part of the discussion. Thank you.
I guess it's my turn. So I have other comments and questions, but just the comment that you just made with respect to Broadway grade step, I just wanted to make sure I understood it. So I will confess that I am not a fan of the way Caltrans striped Broadway interchange to the 101. I think there's a lot of slaloming that goes on that's very confusing to motorists. But this notion that there's going to be 2 southbound turn lanes onto California seems to me, or maybe I'll phrase it as a question, does that mean that our long-term vision of putting California on a road diet comes to an end once the grade step happens?
No. So there is the need for 2 southbound turn lanes for the intersection operations, but immediately once they turn onto California Drive, that lane will drop to a single lane.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, I'll save other questions, but just since we're on this particular slide, you know, one of my future questions is going to be why we have 3 lanes here. And it seems to me this is an even bigger argument for just moving that left-hand turn lane over and having a single lane of California, because it merges into a single lane north of Broadway. So I'm not really sure why we allow California to go from 1 lane south of Carmelita to now 2 lanes and then back to 1 lane. It seems kind of loony. But we can talk more about that later. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Let me just clarify, Councilmember Brownrigg. The lane in this alternative, there will be 1 lane going northbound only, and the other lane that you're seeing is that it's a. Can you clarify, Aaron?
Yeah, I'll clarify. So this is a very challenging intersection from a traffic operation standpoint.
Yes.
You have a heavy right turn.
It's horrible.
Yeah. So you have a heavy right turn movement that is heading towards the freeway. Right. And that heavy right turn movement, when there's either a train crossing or a red light, queues up.
Right.
You also have a pretty heavy through movement. And if we were to maintain a single lane, you could experience vehicle queues that queue back to Carmelita, and then they end up blocking off that right turn pocket. And as a result, you could see queuing extend well back onto California Drive. So the purpose of this, even though it does drop north of the intersection, is to cut that queue in half. Essentially, you're giving people 2 options to head through the intersection, which pulls the queue back between Broadway and Carmelita and allows access to that right turn pocket that's heading towards the freeway. So it's really a nuance to intersection operations and maintaining 2 northbound lanes at the intersection.
I think it's a big price to pay. I mean, but I'll save this for later. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that and is it our view that there have to be 2 lanes turning left from Broadway, turning left when you're coming off 101?
So that's a separate effort through Caltrain, but from their traffic analysis, that was the intersection configuration that we were provided for the ultimate condition.
I wonder if that changes when Peninsula goes 2 ways. Okay, thank you.
I can answer that. That's because of we looked at the traffic analysis, Councilman Brownrigg. There is a queuing and backup, and even after the grade separation is built, there is considerable amount of traffic that continues to come westbound. So, and there is a demand for a lot of the traffic that comes from Broadway going south onto Carmelita, Oak Grove, and other parts of the town.
Okay, we can continue with the presentation.
So we did, like Leisha mentioned, we went back in August to present this detailed concept, and we did receive feedback from TSPC and BPAC. Some of those is, considering no right turn on red at Carmelita to prevent right hooks or cars that are turning right on red that could potentially conflict with the bikeway. Evaluate additional treatments for the northbound through bike lane. So that section of bike lane that was painted all green between Carmelita and Broadway, considering other treatments that could be implemented to make that a more comfortable facility. Consider leading pedestrian and bike intervals at intersections. So giving an advance to bicyclists before the vehicle signal turns green. And then looking at pedestrian refuges where possible. And we had implemented several at all our unsignalized crossings of California Drive. BPAC, they did support alternative B modified, which is a southbound buffered bike lane. They were looking to, again, provide additional treatments for that northbound through bike lane between Carmelita and Broadway, provide access to and from the cycle track at all intersections, which was included in our concept drawings. Consider the lead pedestrian and bicycle intervals at traffic signals, and then also consider existing storm drainage grates, because there are grates on both sides of the street that aren't currently bicycle friendly, and upgrading those grates so tires don't get stuck in those grates. So just a recap of the schedule, we had performed our public survey. We presented in both June and August to TSPC, and we did the presentation to BPAC in August also. We're here with you today to get your feedback on the alternatives that we've analyzed, and ultimately request the council to select an alternative that we could carry forward into final design. We're looking at having this project go to advertisement in the summer of 2022, and we expect the construction to last through the end of 2022. And that concludes the presentation. I could keep this up if there's additional questions that maybe the slides could help clarify.
I'm sure there may be additional questions. I have one question that I'm still a little confused about. So the 90 parking spaces that could potentially be lost, which is that the alternative B modified?
Correct. The magnitude of parking loss is great on this one because of the east side parking would be removed. That frees up space to implement a bikeway for the southbound direction.
But you're also losing parking spaces on that other side too.
Correct.
Okay, so the 90 is parking spaces is for both east and west side parking spaces lost.
The 90 spots are the east side parking spots lost. Oh. Similar to alternative A, there was an additional 35 spots that would be impacted on the west side.
Okay, so then with alternative B modified, then you're losing over 120 parking spaces.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. All right, are there any other questions? Councilmember Brownrigg.
So Syed, can you remind us how wide El Camino is in terms of, I'm trying to judge some of the trade-offs of 10, 10 and a half, 11 feet. What is El Camino's width?
Councilman Brownrigg, you caught me. I don't remember exact number, but I believe El Camino curb to curb, it's just roughly about something like 52 or 56 feet wide.
No, sorry, Director Martuzza. I know it's not that wide. I think it might be 44 curb to curb. I think those lanes are 11 feet maybe.
Yeah, the lane on the far right lane is a little bit bigger, and that's what I was counting on. But it could be somewhere between 40, higher 48 to 56, I think, somewhere there. And it varies, by the way, in different sections.
Right. I guess I'm trying to judge in my own mind, these different widths, and because for me, as I think about the different alternatives, there is one alternative in which the southbound biker doesn't get a lane, and then they're going to be people like me who bike on it anyway, because I don't feel like crossing over for a few hundred yards. And I'm trying to figure out how close those cars are going to feel. So anyway, I think 11 feet is not especially wide, so they'll definitely be moving slower, or at least they should be. All right, thank you. I'll listen. I'm curious what others have to say. I am concerned, as BPAC was, about the people traveling south and whether they'll really cross over. I do love having a protected bike lane, which was always a priority, and I think that's great. So that's a keeper for sure. But what we do with the people who are going southbound, who don't want to cross over and so forth, I just want to think about what the safest way for them to bike is.
Councilmember Beach.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Question on the alternative B. There was a comment that BPAC had in their written comments about the 90 spaces. So we're talking about on the east side, so sort of on the railroad track side. Were there spaces in alternative B that were added to create those 90? Because their comment said that there was additional parking that's proposed that's been added that currently doesn't exist.
No.
I mean, there's a lot of long-term parking over there right now, but.
Yeah, I think there wasn't an opportunity to add additional spots along the corridor. We were removing spots for these islands at the crossings and then again towards the south, towards Oak Grove. So we aren't implementing additional spots to offset that parking.
Okay. So it's basically.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Councilman Beach. I think if I can clarify, Aaron, it has more to do with the spaces closer to Broadway. If you can go to the slide where there's closest to Broadway. So I believe there are spaces there along the east side showing right now just south of Carmelita that currently are not there. So as is current condition, there are no parkings. I think parking along the east side starts a little bit further down. So these spaces that you see on this slide right here, those are new.
Okay, so there's some where that dormant parking is, where alternative B potentially adds some additional length of parking. Was it studied? I feel like there was, if that were removed for alternative B modified, that we could withstand that? Or is that what's been studied, or how has staff reviewed that?
Correct. There was an occupancy study. So there were surveys done during midweek and weekend to survey not only California Drive, but the neighborhoods to the west to see what the occupancy was, and determine that if those spots were removed, there would be available space within the neighborhoods and on the west side of California Drive for park to offset the parking loss.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Colson.
Question about the parking. So how does it work? It's obviously not metered parking. Is it just anybody? Is it like neighborhood parking? Just anybody can park there whenever they want?
Currently, there is no metering in that area. We have metering only in the downtown or commercial areas. So if the council is interested in metering that parking, then we have to, the council can elect to do that.
No, I'd probably prefer not to, but I just wanted to understand what it was. Like you just drove in and parked and you can leave your car there just like you would on a side street. And then, yes, today we can accommodate all that, potentially accommodate in the neighborhood, but I also think we have to be cognizant of the fact that, we have a lot of people requesting to build ADUs. The state law just changed to allow much greater density. And so if we're building this for the long term, I wouldn't suppose that all of those spots are going to be available and there for the long term. I think there's a great possibility that much domestic residential parking could get pushed off of the driveways and garages and onto the street. So today it maybe works, but I'm not sure if it works 5 years from now.
Okay, before we go on to public comment, I also kind of want to add my concern also is if you are taking away parking on the west side, it was stated that the businesses have enough on-site parking. But recently at a planning commission meeting, there was a discussion of the rector lease of their cars across the street on the east side, and businesses saying they don't have enough parking now and wanted to share a lease if possible futuristically. And also the concern of increased future density on California Drive. So I'm really not sure at this point there really is enough parking for those businesses, especially after the conversation of the last planning commission meeting. All right, on that note, We will go to public comment first to our city clerk. Did you get any emails regarding this topic?
I did. I'm just gonna stop the share so I can see you guys. Yes, I got an email from Benito. He says, good evening. This project has the potential to improve traffic safety for bike riders, but also for the drivers who will continue to be driving there. It actually should also improve traffic flow and predictability by giving slower traffic, like bike riders, their own dedicated space. They no longer hold up and upset drivers who want to go 35 miles an hour or higher. Not everybody will bike, but a well-designed facility will open up that option. A good project opportunity comes only once in a generation. Thank you for supporting the concept. Unfortunately, I'm unable to support any of the alternatives as currently proposed and described, either as a driver, a rider, or a Samtrans bus rider. They do not meet the project goals, nor does it promote safe and efficient traffic flow. As a driver who will continue to drive here, there are a number of undesirable design flaws. Ultimately, it sets up bicycle riders to get side swipes at the ends of the project boundaries. A better alternative would be to have a continuous southbound bike lane on the residential west side. That's where most bike riders who live in the neighborhood want to be anyway. That's where all the destinations are: home, shops, restaurants. Even downtown, it makes no sense to route riders onto the track side and then route them back. If you proceed as planned, people will continue to ride on the sidewalk like today. The two-way bikeway only makes sense from Carmelita in the mid-block crosswalk at Morale. That's where you'll see most BHS students cross over onto Carolyn every morning. There is no reason to continue a two-way bikeway to Oak Grove, only to have an awkward, non-intuitive design to get users back to the right side. Please reconsider.
Thank you. All right, from the public, can we have Leslie Beatty, please?
Hi, thank you for discussing this topic tonight. I wanted to share a little bit more about some of the discussion that BPAC had about these alternatives. And so first wanted to say that we ultimately did support option B modified. However, I do want to say that we called out Councilmember Brownrigg, that is indeed a door zone bike lane. So it is very tight, the southbound bike lane. And so it's a little bit squeezed in there. What we had recommended to the city was to study, there's a left turn lane or a center turn lane designed here that does not exist north of Broadway. And in fact, was kind of taken out of the designs. And we were wondering if the left turns on this stretch of California Drive justify needing a left turn lane or not, and wanted to float that out for consideration. So wasn't sure if that had been studied. We do agree that we need a southbound bike lane for the reasons stated, just to allow people who are not going the full length of the cycle track to be able to get where they need to go, but also for commuters who are passing through who are unlikely to switch sides of the street for a couple blocks. So that was something we felt strongly about, but we were really hesitant on the door zone bike lane there. We also, on the issue of parking, really felt that the parking on the east side to us seems very different than the parking on the west side. The parking on the east side seems like it's very long-term. There's a lot of cars there that don't move for days or weeks. There's a lot of storage of automobiles that seems to happen there. And that real estate feels very different than the parking on the west side, which does seem to be used by businesses pretty actively. And so we really felt like east side parking was made a lot more sense to take out in its entirety. And then it obviously becomes harder in front of some of those businesses. So those, that's kind of a summary of our thoughts. The other thing I would recommend is it might make sense to really map out some of the routes like that people would use, how they would use this cycle track to make sure that it makes sense. So, for example, how does somebody get from Broadway to BHS exactly? How does somebody get to a business mid-block along the cycle track, and just really make sure that the usability makes sense. Thank you.
Can I just Madam Mayor, may I ask a follow-up to Ms. Beatty as a BPAC rep?
Okay, one question.
So thank you, Leslie. Given that you want to have 2 protected bike lanes north and south, why is option A not the best option?
You want to mute yourself,
Sorry.
Leslie, please? There you go.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. What we didn't like about option A was that the bike lane was behind the parking. And so we were concerned on that west side where we generally liked the idea that the parking provides a barrier from the cars on California Drive, and that's great, except when there's a lot of driveways and side streets, as is the case in California Drive. And so we were really worried about cyclists, going down the bike lane and cars not being able to see them as they pull in and out of the driveways and out of those side streets because they just don't have the visibility. So that was really our main issue with that particular design. If there's another way to create a safer but buffered bike lane, I think that would be a different discussion.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment and go back to my colleagues. Who would like to start? Councilmember Beach.
So thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to staff and all the various our Traffic Safety Parking Commission for their hard work on this, and the BPAC for engaging. I think the fact that we are doing improvements, whatever we decide here tonight, is going to be really important. This is our most dangerous stretch for cyclists in the entire city. So this is our, I guess, as you would call high injury network. The worst intersection is at Palm. We've had a number of cyclists get hurt there, some very dangerously. So this is a really important project to do. I hope we get it repaved too. I think that's another thing. I ride this section of Burlingame on my bike multiple times every week on average. So I'm very familiar with it. And I hope we can get some of the potholes, which are right where cyclists ride, fixed. I guess I would like to tag on to what Councilmember Brownrigg has tapped into in some of his comments. First of all, I do like the two-way protected track, the class 4 that we're doing. It's an interesting proof of concept to see if we can maybe bring it down the whole length of Burlingame. I like that we're reducing some of the lane size, we're traffic calming. I like the pedestrian refuges, but I am very concerned about cyclists that are traveling, like BPAC has said, and like Councilmember Brownrigg has said, going southbound and want to continue. And so actually I did a little research this afternoon, and I think this is a really, really, really important, like on the ground point for everybody to consider. This is a 0.6 mile stretch of roadway that we're talking about between Carmelita and Oak Grove. If you Google it on Google Maps, it tells you it's a 3-minute bike ride. I rode it today 4 times with my orange vest. You might've seen me out there at lunch. I went slow without trying to pump my heart, trying to just keep a very leisurely pace, not like a super slow pace, but a reasonable pace. And it took 3 minutes. When I picked up the pace as if I were running late for a train or running late for BHS, I could do it in 2. And I am not in my best cycling shape right now, I guarantee you. So when you think about a 2 to 3 minute bike ride, when you are traveling southbound towards Burlingame Avenue from Broadway and you're trying to get to Burlingame Station, it's a lot to ask a commuter, a confident cyclist, to take the time to cross either at Broadway, at Carmelita, and then wait for a signal, and then cross back at Oak Grove in order to continue towards the roundabout. It theoretically is safer. That's what they should do, to use a protected bike path. A confident cyclist or a real commuter is not going to do it. And my concern is a safety concern that if we don't carry some kind of a lane through, we are not protecting the people that are getting hurt the most on California Drive right now, because the people who are riding on California Drive are not leisurely cyclists, they're confident cyclists that are using it as a utility, as a convenient connection to where they really need to go. I am hopeful that putting a two-way cycle track on the east side is going to entice that large group of people called the interested but concerned cyclists, maybe the adults who want to start riding but aren't really confident, would never ride on California Drive otherwise, to maybe try California Drive. But I'm not real sure. It'll be interesting to see, maybe young kids will do it, but with parents, because California Drive is still a pretty major arterial. So I think a southbound bike lane, as BPAC has said, is really an important thing from a safety perspective, because if we remove a lane and you remove the sharrows, you remove everything, you are now exposing people who are using that lane, using that southbound track, who are realistically not going to make those extra crosses for a 3-minute or a 2-minute bike ride. So I think that's my main point. I do think that the studies say we can withstand the parking. I think parking is changing. That's a whole nother conversation. I would be open if we had to remove parking to make it safer, remove further parking, but I think we can keep the parking on the west side and still make a reasonably safe southbound lane. And I guess I'll stop there. It's my real concern that we're not going to protect the people that are currently getting hurt. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a tough one because the way I'm looking at alternative B modified is we are doing 2 southbound bike lanes. And in order to accommodate 2 southbound bike lanes, we're eliminating 90 parking spaces. So, and then, okay, so let's talk about the parking spaces for a second. I absolutely agree that the parking spaces on the west side are very different than the east side, but I have had trouble parking, and there was one auto shop that I used for a while, and I had trouble parking to go to them, and I would think you would hurt their business if you eliminate any more parking than they've already done now. Granted, they are using some of it to park their own cars, which is a whole other story, but I don't think we need to dismiss the elimination of those parking spaces so quickly. And I think that will have an impact. So again, if we're going to create a southbound lane on the other side, then why don't we just look at alternative A, which is basically creating a northbound and a southbound and just get back the spaces. So to me, I'm having really I personally love alternative B. And I keep thinking about our bike lane that we always talk about, and Syed loves to hear me talk about my bike lane north of Broadway. We went and walked in the bushes and talked when we talked about that one. So it's been a while that I've been talking about it. But when I think about the alternative B, that would be a perfect extension into the north one that one day we're going to do, and Syed promised me one day we're going to do. So to me, I think that's the right way to go. And again, if we really feel strongly that southbound lane needs to be there, then let's think about it. Why are we building 2 southbound lanes? And that's my thoughts. Thanks.
Councilmember Brownrigg, followed by Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I find this one difficult. In part, I have to say, because here we are doing a bicycle plan, and at least the way I read the BPAC comments, and I think Ms. Beatty was a bit more moderate, but when I read the comments, it sounded like a BPAC that was not at all happy with the design. So I'm thinking to myself, we're approving a bike plan that the bicycle committee doesn't like. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. One question: why do we have to get rid of parking on the west side if we have a bike lane? Right now, I bike on the west side and everyone parks where they're parking. So what is the thesis behind all of those red curbs that you've put on the west side?
The California MUTCD, or the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices, has guidance for minimum setbacks between driveways and intersections when there's parking and bicycle facilities. That isn't currently the case on California Drive. Those minimum setbacks aren't currently being met. So to meet current standard, there would be the need to remove parking spots.
But if we don't mark it as a bike lane and everyone just keeps biking the way they are, then everything stays the same. Is that
correct?
Yeah, I'm like completely cynical. Okay. All right. And I'm sorry, one last, and I know this is a stupid question, but why doesn't the 2-lane track go beyond Oak Grove on the east side?
The current grant funding is between Oak Grove and Broadway. We are also tasked to study the feasibility of extending the Class 4 or Class 1 between Oak Grove and the roundabout. And again, this is just one segment of the ultimate vision of having a combined facility along California Drive.
So I'll just share for me as I weigh the different pros and cons, and there are a lot of both of them, I think, which is why it's so difficult. I would certainly find it more compelling if Vice Mayor Ortiz's vision of this extending from basically from BART to Burlingame train station were realistic and imminent, or at least realistic, because then you might say to yourself, well, let's just teach people to go on the other side of the road. But it's a little hard to make that case because right now we don't have any solution north of Broadway, and then south of Oak Grove, we haven't studied it. And so it feels like this interim step, which if that's all it was, would be, far less than ideal. I take the point of several participants tonight that, most people who live there and, are going to bike on the west side. That's where they want to be. Now, whether we can force them onto the east side or not. Anyway, I appreciate the conversation, and I'm still torn in my own mind what the best outcome is.
Councilmember Brownrigg, before I call on Councilmember Colson, I'm going to have Director Mertuzza.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like to add that Councilmember Brownrigg raised a very good point about what happens south of Oak Grove. Even though it's outside the scope of this particular project because of the grant funding was limited, staff, however, have tasked Mark Thomas to study that, and we have done some preliminary analysis, and the goal is to do that, and it's doable, it's feasible. So we have made sure before we bring this to you, we internally from engineering technical perspective, we wanted to make sure what needs to be changed or modified. We need to make some modification to the roundabout, but it's all doable, all the way down to the parking lot right at Burlingame Avenue.
Thank you, Director Mertuzza. Councilmember Colson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've really just tried to listen and understand people's issues. Actually, I read through all the comments, and in some ways, the most interesting comments were the no preference comments on this whole makeover. So I have a tendency to agree with the Vice Mayor on this, that it seems to me we either go for alternative B, which is the one I like, and if that doesn't work, and we need to have, I think having 2 southbound lanes, I understand Councilman Brownrigg, that people aren't going to go over, but they, and they're trying to rush and everything else. But, at some point people do have to try to be safe as they can. And I just think that it's an odd situation. I don't think it just doesn't seem like it'll ever get used. Like most people are just going to try to go down the way. Maybe families, small children, people that really feel that they can't manage. But for the most part, I think it'll invite people to stay in the more dangerous part of the road. And as opposed to them, having to learn to make the commitment. And I suppose if people really don't want to do the crossover, they can always go all the way over to Carolyn and just shoot down Carolyn on the current bike path, the speedy racer people who really just have to get there quick. I think it would probably just pop over and go down that way, and then you can get right back on. I'm also hoping that when we get the Broadway grade separation and we get the Broadway train station open, maybe fewer people will be rushing to the Burlingame train station because they'll be able to use the Broadway train station. So sort of my inclination would be to go, and based on the comments that I read, all the different comments from the community, it seems to me the community is most interested in B. And then if not, rather than be modified, maybe A, where we can, you know, keep two streets. So that's kind of the order of preference for me.
Thank you, Councilmember Colson. In looking at this, I've gone back and forth on how I've looked at this. I had an initial reaction, and then, you know, with reading more of the staff report and actually listening to this presentation, I've kind of switched my mind around. You know, my initial thought with option B, it just seems so counterintuitive to me. And then I was concerned about people crossing the intersections, but I do feel better now that it's been explained to me how those intersections are going to be enhanced. So they are safe to cross. So you know, and I look at the bike lane now going southbound, and I just see the queuing up going on, and cars going into the bike lane, which they should not be doing. There are cars going on to oncoming traffic to get into the left-hand lane because they don't want to wait in the queue. And so I just don't see it safe as it is. So, you know, I like the idea, even though it's different, of having the 2 lanes on the east side. And, you know, maybe, you know, according to Councilmember Brownrigg, it may not be convenient for people that are used to using the southbound existing lane, but people need to change their behaviors. It's just like we're trying to change people's behaviors in parking downtown. You know, people like it close, you know, parking close for them, and they don't want to walk. Well, now we change the rates, so they're kind of forced, if they, you know, if they don't want to pay the higher rates, they're forced to walk a few blocks, and it takes a long time to change those behaviors. So I think we just have to be patient, and hopefully when you're given one option of just the east side, people will eventually change that behavior, and it may take time. I like the consistency that, you know, if you're looking at long-term and we get more grant money futuristically, that we can continue it. I am concerned about the removal of parking on the west side because I already hear from businesses complaining there isn't enough parking. And, you know, neighbors aren't going to be wanting all the businesses parking on the side streets. We know that. We've heard from our constituents in regards to that. And in looking at the survey results, it just seems like more people are going toward the option B. Now, I think that even safety wise, you know, I get concerned with all the driveways with the current southbound, because I just afraid that people are going to back up and just not have that clear visibility. Whereas at least with the option B, I think that safety hazard is kind of taken care of because you just don't have that same makeup. I'm not as concerned with eliminating the parking on the east side because it is different, as Leslie pointed out, the parking on the east side versus the west side. So my tendency really is to go with option B, looking at the long-term plan. It might not be the best short-term, but long-term, I think it will be the best. And eliminate the southbound on the west side. So those are my comments. So I think we need to kind of give direction at this point, which we kind of have, and then maybe we do we vote on this? Let's see.
Madam Mayor, that would be helpful.
Yes,
just
probably.
yeah.
So I think at this point, everyone's given their direction, have asked their questions. So unless anyone wants to say something else before I kind of ask for a vote, because I know there is some indecisiveness here with the alternatives. Councilmember Brownrigg.
Just 2 quick questions. One, you know, given these detailed comments from BPAC, is staff still working, still tweaking this? Are there additional changes, or these are the options and that's that? Like, how much additional change is there likely to be in this document? I guess that's my first question. My second question is just practically, I and I'm sure other people will continue to bike southbound on the west side of the street, just because I've been doing it all this time. So I am curious about what the practical implications are for me in terms of the amount of space. Like, my impression is, because there's 2 lanes going south right now and the row of parked cars, that if a car wants to go around me, almost always there's room. But in a road diet, there's not necessarily room. And I guess I'd love to know, and not maybe tonight, but I'd like to know practically, how much space am I going to have between the parked car and the guy going by me, now that the lanes are more narrow and there's no second lane that he can drift into?
If I may, to the mayor, I think Councilmember Brown, those are great questions again. I mean, you're looking at practicality. If you were to continue in that southbound lane, I think the lanes are going to be more constricted, but I'll have Aaron answer that question and also your first question.
So as far as the BPAC comments that we presented today, those are things that could be refined in the final design, except for the southbound bike lane, which was requested. That was why we presented that option. What you're describing is a class 3 bike lane in the southbound direction, which is a bicycle route, which a bicyclist doesn't have a designated space to continue riding southbound. Typically, when you're looking at guidance for bicycle selection, you're looking for low volume, low speed roadways, which I don't feel that California Drive is classified as. So with this project, I would not recommend a class 3 bike route. That doesn't prevent cyclists that are strong riders or brave to go take the vehicle lane and continue south. It's in the California Vehicle Code that allows cyclists to do so, even without the class 3 bike route signage. But because we're designing for all ages and abilities, my recommendation would be to have encourage cyclists to use the new facility on the east side, and those commuters that are a confident rider can continue to use the travel lane. You asked about passing. There are several locations in between intersections that there's a center turn lane. So technically, a vehicle heading southbound could cheat into that center turn lane to pass a cyclist safely without buzzing them. You're getting too close. So there is a little bit of width there to feel comfortable.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate colleagues, collegial debate about this. I guess I'll just do my last salvo. I do have a couple of big concerns if we go with the alternative B versus instead of B modified. I'm concerned that we are making a decision and we're not listening to the cyclists about how they feel about safety and convenience. So we're building a bike infrastructure project that we're not taking into primary consideration what cyclists are saying, how they feel. Number 2, I'm concerned about the New Oak Grove signal, that we're going to be doing that blinking left. We're going to be asking cyclists during this 0.6 mile stretch to go and travel back across Oak Grove to change directions. I think it's going to add a lot of confusion there. I'm concerned that we're spending $800,000 on an active transportation grant and we're adding parking. I never would have thought we would be adding parking. I thought for sure as we're going to do this section of California Drive, we'd probably eliminate some of that parking where people keep their cars long-term, dusty, storage, or for sale, but we're going to be adding parking with this. So I just respectfully request that we get this thing paved with this grant money so that it's at least good, solid pavement for cyclists. And I hope that Teaspoon will actively monitor accident data on the west side of California Drive that will not have a bike facility if we go forward with this. Just kind of track it on an annual basis and see what's actually happening out there. I hope that people will use the protected lane and only that, but I think we need to track the data as well moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. So let's
I make a motion.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept the alternative B recommendation from, I believe that was the, well, let's just say the recommendation B.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to support alternative B with a second by Vice Mayor Ortiz. City Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach,
No.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
No.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes. Motion passes 3-2. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. It was quite informative. On to the next item number, which is item number 10B. The consideration of Bayfront development issues. And I just wanted to see, meant to look at this early, is Len a panelist from?
Len Matterman from One Shoreline.
Yes, from One Shoreline.
Hopefully we can move him over.
As he's an attendee currently to a panelist, because I'm sure we may have questions of him.
And Madam Mayor, I'm going to just step away for 1 second to for a personal break. Just need 1 minute. I'll be right back.
All right, very good. Thank you. So can we have staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item has been put on the council agenda. It was initially requested as a future agenda item. So we know that there's a few council members who are interested in sharing their thoughts on Bayfront. What we've done is put together a staff report that covers some of the issues that we've been encountering as we've looked at potential development applications, and also as we've been updating the zoning code. These slides are a very quick overview, probably about 3 minutes, maybe less, maybe a little longer, but the staff report does go into much more detail. The Bayfront, under the general plan adopted in 2019, has 2 land use designations: Bayfront Commercial and Innovation Industrial. And the first topic that is discussed in the staff report is the sea level rise, and some of this was already touched on in the previous study session this evening, discussing the financing mechanisms. But what's really important as we discuss financing mechanisms is what's the actual project. So this is a map from the Burlingame sea level rise study that was done a couple of years ago. And with the leadership of One Shoreline, we're moving forward on a project which would start with Reach 1 and then go up and around Millbrae and across to SFO. And the idea is to move towards an actual capital project that would be ultimately funded and costed out. And then that's the kind of project that could ultimately be financed through some of the mechanisms that were discussed in the study session earlier. As mentioned, Len Manterman is here from One Shoreline and is available for questions as it relates to this, the BRIC grant, which is a FEMA grant for doing this long-range planning for the Bayfront. In terms of development regulations and guidelines, the staff report mentions some ideas, and the where this really originates is looking at development applications that are in front of us or in the preliminary stages, talking to BCDC. And the questions come up: what should, if anything, these new projects do to address sea level rise and really be more proactive? And as we kind of look at each other across the table and say, I don't know, what should they do? We did ask One Shoreline for some suggestions as it relates to some of the development implications for these new projects. These 2 images here are from our general plan, and they show some of the resiliency measures. On the left is a levee, which is what I think a lot of us think of in terms of flood protection. And in this case, it's a levee with some naturalistic elements. On the right is a really more of an integrated landscape design that does include a levee hidden amongst other landscape items. And we've seen some landscape plans that look sort of like this on some preliminary designs. So this may be something that development projects are already thinking about. Can we provide some guidance on, for example, how high up should the Bay Trail be, and how do things relate to that? There's also the level of the buildings themselves. These are photos of a hotel in the city of Napa next to the Napa River, which has had its share of flooding issues in the past. And this gets to the notion of raising the habitable or occupiable floors of a building. FEMA does have some standards which are related to flood maps, which give a minimum standard, but we asked One Shoreline what's not the minimum standard, but what's really a good proactive standard that would be useful for a building to be resilient for the future. And maybe it's stating the obvious. It's not that people would retreat to the upper floors and wait for a flood and have their cars flooded and everything like that. You would evacuate the building should there be a flood event foreseen. The point is that you can recover that much faster. That ground floor here on the hotel is designed to be flooded, but then also cleaned out and back to business pretty quickly. So given that the Bayfront is our economic driver in the city, it's really important to be able to bounce back quickly after a flood event, should there be one. Transportation is addressed as well, and we've shown the slide previously in the Joint City Council Planning Commission meeting, and that Airport Boulevard and Old Bayshore Highway really lend themselves well to commuter shuttles. And in fact, those can be designated as high quality transit routes, provided they have 15-minute headways, and that's something that can be studied as we look at different development projects. Following on our last item, you can also see how close the Caltrain station is to the rest of the Bayfront. So while we discuss grade separation, we're often thinking about the traffic impacts. That's also important for that Caltrain station to become fully functional, and perhaps that becomes the favorite Caltrain station for the Bayfront. Certainly for bicyclists and people walking, it's the shortest distance compared to either the Burlingame station or the Millbrae station. And then last but not least, our community benefits. And these are diagrams that we saw in the joint meeting, and it's showing, initially a lot of people think of the community benefits as a physical thing. So for example, as floor area increases, this is a base project with just a simple structure and a parking structure. As the floor area increases, perhaps there's a plaza that's included as a community benefit. If it increases further, then it's a plaza plus a green space. Maybe this is part of the Bay Trail or something like that. But community benefits can also be program elements. We've seen a couple of emails that have come in for this item talking about childcare. That's an important thing that we've heard a lot about as a needed community benefit. Recreation uses, ground floor retail. There's lots of different kind of flavors of community benefits that are maybe not so much the physical realm, although these physical things are important as well. In terms of looking at community benefits, the City Council can prioritize community benefits. What we show in the staff report is a menu approach where it's the project that's really looking at the community benefit and choosing off the menu or proposing their own. But the council can also provide direction on what are some of the ones that are important. Ideally, these community benefits are to the greatest good of the Burlingame community. And in fact, they could tie onto different policies that are in the general plan if we're looking for guidance on that. And if there's a question about the nexus of the community benefit to the amount of increased development that is allowed, there can be a financial feasibility analysis. This is something that some communities build into their community benefit structure so that you have a sense of the proportional benefit to the development project from increased floor area versus the benefit to the community from whatever benefit is provided. So that's a really fast overview of a lot of complex ideas, and this is again this was an item that was brought to the agenda by council members. So we expect that various council members may be ready to talk about the issues that are important to them. We don't have to cover all of these, but this is a sort of guidance for these are the hot topics for the Bayfront. It's not the exhaustive list, but it is a way that can help organize discussion. With that, I'm available for questions, as is Mr. Minterman from One Shoreline.
Thank you, Kevin. Let's start with questions from my colleagues. Start with Councilmember Coulson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple of mine are just a few points that I think Mr. Matterman and I, when we reviewed the memo, talked about, and they're minor, but the first one is on page 3, where the grant amount is, they're talking about the BRIC grant for 500 with 200,000 in funding from One Shoreline and 300 from FEMA. The 200,000, when they say, when the mention's coming from One Shoreline, it would actually be from the cities involved in the MOU, this Burlingame Millbrae SFO. So something probably along the lines of 60,000, 60 to 80% paid for by the 2 big agencies and a smaller amount paid for by Millbrae, but that hasn't been determined. I just wanted to make that distinction. Second thing is the next paragraph on the BRIC application. It's probably due to the administrative process more likely to be completed in February, a little later than October. And just a couple other points. On page 4, on the finished floor elevations, right now the current SFHA elevation is 10 feet. Burlingame, I think, adds on another foot. And so I think the recommendation, Mr. Matterman can address this as well, is we're looking at 13 feet as a design guideline, which is 2 feet in excess, in order to accommodate this for 25 to 50 years, as the FEMA maps tend to change and tend to increase and certainly never decrease. So that's kind of just like future proofing there. And then on the shoreline setback that the BCDC designates of 100 feet, it's not a hard line setback. Buildings can be in there. It's just more where their jurisdiction is. And that's also really important because that's the space where we can add trails and environmental considerations. And I think, don't know, Mr. Matterman, are there any other just small points of clarification that you think we should make?
No, I think you covered some of the items that we talked about. Yeah, I would emphasize that in the question of setbacks, it is setbacks for flood protection infrastructure, but also setbacks, as you said, for trails, environmental requirements from regulatory agencies, aesthetic considerations, both in relation to potential development and also in relation to what the city council and the residents of Burlingame want to see along their shoreline. So the setback is not just, it's not 100 feet to build a wall. It's 100 feet that is subject to negotiation with developers, but it's to build multiple benefits for the region.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Mayor, with that, those are just kind of my questions. If I don't know, maybe staff has any, those are just my questions and clarifications, but I think we've got that right there. And I really won't I'll reserve commentary until after I hear from colleagues and public comment. But just saying that I think staff did a really good job of taking a pretty complex issue and figuring out a way to articulate it in a framework that we can make a good decision. So thank you to both Director Mertuzza and Director Gardner for kind of comprehensively approaching this.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson. I had a couple questions. Actually, it was along the same line about that 100-year floodplain. So really BCDC will follow these general guidelines. However, if for some reason, let's say part of a building needs to be within that area, if there were exceptional circumstances, would there be flexibility? Would be my question.
That's my understanding is the 100 feet is their line of review. So anything within the 100-foot band is within their jurisdiction. It does not, buildings can be part of that, but so they tend to look at that band as very holistically. So if there's a building encroaching into it, hopefully there's a good reason for it, and it's, you know, ideally providing some public access through, maybe it's a lobby or something that's,
yeah.
So there would be a reason. So that is something they look at. It's not a hard rule or hard line.
Let me add that to what Kevin said. BCDC uses the 100-foot as a guide, as a jurisdictional boundary. Anything that comes within the jurisdictional boundary, they start to impose requirements. So it doesn't mean you cannot build within that foot. A lot of buildings that have been built in Burlingame have been built less than 100 feet from the bay shoreline, and they've been required to build the Bay Trail access and all that.
Right. So it really exists now. Okay, very good. The other question I had is in regard to community benefits, which I like all these community benefits that are mentioned. I just had a question in regards to, you know, TDM plans, and it would make sense if there's going to be a bunch of new development over there that they all go in it together and make it a little more consistent, and it's probably cheaper to do it that way. But I guess my question is, many of these businesses might have different peak hours. So for example, life science doesn't necessarily have the same hours as regular office usage. So how would we look at that? Do we know?
So I can answer it unless I'm stepping on Public Works' toes. But I think we've talked with commute.org about whether a transportation management association makes sense, in that it would allow pooling of resources, and would probably be easier for an individual development to just buy in and contribute and be ready to go. But it can be a challenge. TMAs can be a challenge if you have a diversity of land uses that have different needs. Office and life science are probably similar enough that could be worked out. Where you have more problems if it's residential, retail, and office all have very different demands, and that's where it's harder to do a TMA. That said, commute.org also felt that a TMA isn't absolutely necessary. It could be more of an agreement to fund commute.org facilities, so that there's already the shuttles in place, and should there be a need to increase shuttle service, that's pretty straightforward. It's, you know, just money, which is not insignificant, but that's pretty much what it would involve, is just funding additional services through commute.org.
Okay, very good. And then my other question, it's more of clarification. So under page 8 of the staff report, significant community benefit, I didn't really understand the very last sentence where it starts with city programs such as contribution to local facade improvement program or subsidy for existing commercial tenants or other local small businesses. What do you mean by that?
So that would be in an instance, and you know, whether it's in the Bayfront or elsewhere, where you know, for example, if there's a small business that's maybe being priced out, and there's a desire to, you know, find, let's say it's local artists or a local business that maybe is going to lose their premises, but has limited ability to pay for a brand new location. Some cities will subsidize those types of businesses, or provide a subsidy for small local startups, something like that. So it's really starts to get more into the programming, social programming.
Very good. Thanks for that clarification, Director Gardner. Councilmember Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a question and a comment. My question is a technical one. Does BCDC 100-foot setbacks apply also to Anza Lagoon?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
I have seen many projects that, such as the restaurant over there, right next to Embassy Suites. They are required. They have been required recently. So that's one recent example.
So for example, the Anza parking lot, if it were to redevelop, would be required to be 100 foot away from Anza Lagoon. Am I right?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so I think that's important to be sure about, but let's assume that it's true. So as I read the memo, which I really appreciated, it's not obvious that there's a burning question here. It's more like, how do we look at this basket? And so I'm going to offer more by way of comment than I don't expect to vote on this. So one comment is that for me, as I think about this region, in almost every other large development, we want to create public open space because we have so little of it. But actually in this area, there's a surprising amount of it. And moreover, because of the 100-foot setback in the Bay Trail, we have this natural public amenity that is there almost by right. Like a developer doesn't have to be asked to do it. They're required to do it if they're on the Bay side. Or I would posit anywhere within the BCDC limit, anywhere where you might have to build, a seawall, you should be required to have the Bay Trail. So I'm a little less concerned about asking developers in this particular district to make sure there's public open space because it's going to happen automatically. And therefore, I would like to prioritize some of the other public benefits. And a couple of things I would note, when none of us were used to this, but when Millennium, proposed building what now is the Facebook campus, I think we asked for the grand total of $1 million. We look like complete chumps, but what did we know? But as I cited in our tax discussion, if you do 1 million square feet right now, and you go by the current Burlingame impact codes, you're going to pay $50 million in impact fees. So that's a pretty significant contribution to Burlingame. So I think we have to be a little careful about what more we ask. And then I wrestle, and I don't have an answer to this, I wrestle with the burden that I mentioned before, which is it's not wise for us to expect all of the properties to develop, and that's how we're going to build our wall. We're going to have some property owners who don't redevelop, don't want to, don't see a need, whatever. And what are we going to do? Force them to build the wall? Are we going to build it for them? So I think we have to think about paying for this wall kind of holistically and not just requiring developers to do it. Obviously, when a development comes forward, as we all expect there to be several, that's one thing, but it's not enough. And then finally, I would say when it comes to developing those walls, I think we have to, and maybe this is what you were saying, Councilwoman Colson, we have to make sure they're designed in such a way that they can get bigger. Like I would be careful about being overly prescriptive about how they're supposed to look. I would want there to be certain standards. It has to be this tall. It has to have a trail on top. But beyond that, I would let the developers figure it out and tell them it has to be able to be future-proofed. And then I'm sorry, one last thought, which is when we think about public benefits, there are some benefits that that should be provided, but don't need to be provided by everybody. Take the idea of childcare. It'd be great to have more childcare. It'd be great to have more childcare over there. A lot of San Francisco employees, airport employees, would use it. They're the ones who are oversubscribed at PalCare. But we don't need every developer to do childcare. So I'm attracted to this idea, Director Gardner, of a kind of menu where, a little like naming rights for a building, you can claim this public benefit. Okay, well then the next guy up has to do one of the other public benefits so that we actually get a diversity of benefits anyway, I'd like to explore that kind of option as we do development, because again, I don't think every building needs childcare, but it would be good to have more childcare in general. So those are kind of my reactions to your memo, which I thought was very, very thorough and very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownrigg. I just kind of want to remind people that this is just really question time, even though we're not voting per se, because I still need to open it up to public comment.
I apologize.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry to do this, but I want to go back to the BCDC 100-foot, because I just heard that it's a setback, but I was understanding that it was just, they can build on it. That just means that that's the you enter the jurisdiction of BCDC. Okay, I just want to be clear that it is not a required setback. It's just a different jurisdiction. Thank you.
You can build in the setback?
Yes, you can.
Huh.
And it's just a BCDC requirements get triggered if you are within that 100-foot bandwidth. So if you're outside of it, then you don't have to deal with them. But once you get into that boundary, then they will require you with the public access requirements, trail, all of those signage, and also protecting the bayfront area, all those kind of things.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, Vice Mayor. I mean, I think practically speaking, though, it's practically a setback. It's not easy to build in that 100 feet, but whatever.
They do scrutinize what happens in that 100 feet pretty yet. So yeah, we wouldn't advise trying to build a whole lot within it, at least in buildings, that is.
All right, if there are no other questions, I'm going to open this up to public comment. First, I want to ask the city clerk, are there any questions or comments that came in through email?
There are. I just put a piece of chocolate in my mouth, so 1 second.
Actually, you know what I'll do, Megan? I will go first to public and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No.
All right, let's start with Mr. Kirksign, please. You need to unmute yourself.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kirk Syme, president of Woodstock Development. We're headquartered at 1350 Bayshore Highway, One Bay Plaza, across from Hyatt Regency. One Bay Plaza is a 200,000 square foot office building on a 5-acre site on the bay. We're contemplating further development of our property, and we're also working on an additional development on adjoining properties with our partner Divco West. I'd like to thank Kevin Gardner for a great staff report and for introducing an important discussion item regarding sea level rise. We applaud you for addressing sea level rise regionally, and we agree addressing it is a critical community need in Burlingame. We support a collaborative effort between city staff, BCDC, and One Shoreline to establish guidelines for all projects in Burlingame. And that has been our approach thus far as we begin to plan for our development. We're looking forward to working with staff to ensure that we tackle sea level rise head on. And we also want to make sure that we leave flexibility to allow for creative and collaborative solutions. Given the nuances of individual sites and their associated development timelines, we recommend an adaptive, holistic approach to deal with current and future sea level rise challenges. This effort tonight is a great start to establishing these guidelines. And additionally, it's great that you are focusing on the immediate need to look into passing this new updates to the zoning code. So again, we look forward to ongoing collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Okay, if not, I'm going to go back to the clerk.
I'm ready this time.
Okay.
Okay. The first email comes from Karen Pace, she says, please know that I support including on-site childcare as a Bayfront community benefit. San Mateo County families are desperate for additional early childhood education and care spots due to inefficient supply. Education studies show superior ECEC is associated with fewer developmental delays, allowing children to have better life outcomes. A pre-COVID assessment revealed San Mateo County's ECEC supply was 20,000 fewer ECEC spots than needed, and a recent survey anticipates 50% of childcare centers are not able to reopen post-COVID. In addition to ECEC's providers, immense wait lists and ECEC centers not reopening due to COVID-related pressures markedly increased the urgency of adding additional ECEC locations. The long-standing gap in our county's ECEC demand and supply has been compounded by the COVID crisis and requires intervention. Our county's children deserve equity in early education and care, and our community's parents require ECEC that will allow them to return to work. In advance, thank you for prioritizing children who are the future of Burlingame and San Mateo County. And then we have two more emails. This one's from Dana, and it's from the Community Equity Collaborative. We are writing in support of adding childcare as a community benefit for the Bayfront Developmental Plan. There are significant advantages to integrating childcare into development projects. As you know, Burlingame has a growing shortage of childcare slots. A needs assessment survey commissioned by the San Mateo County Child Care Partnership Council identified a shortage in the county of 3,000 infant spaces and almost 7,800 preschool spaces. By 2025, this shortfall is projected to reach 14,000 spaces overall. Burlingame presently does not have a sufficient supply of care in any category to meet the needs of working families. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of childcare as a vital human infrastructure. With the majority of children ages 0 to 12 having parents who both work outside the home, access to childcare is critical to pandemic recovery and the ability of Burlingame residents to return to work and retain their jobs. Finding appropriate spaces for childcare is extremely difficult. A combination of local permitting and state licensing requirements, lack of usable, affordable space, and extreme development expenses and timeline make childcare centers one of the most complicated businesses to open. Despite the fact that all over the city, childcare centers enhance communities by providing more walkable, family-friendly neighborhoods. In a recent study conducted for the County of San Mateo, the majority of childcare operators who wish to expand cite lack of facilities as the #1 barrier to expansion. Additionally, the county recently turned $1 million in state subsidized childcare due to a lack of facilities to house programs. Including child care as a community benefit is an important step to facilitating future child care facility development efforts. An investment in child care enhances the quality of life for all residents by making Burlingame a sustainable, livable community. The availability of high-quality child care is a critical factor in attracting families and businesses to communities, according to the AARP's Livable Community Core. According to the First 5 Years Fund, access to conveniently located early learning programs increases property values by $13 for every dollar invested in these programs. We hope you will consider adding childcare as a community benefit, as it is essential to building healthy families and strong communities. And then one last one. This is from Liz Scully of Little Laughs. She says, my name is Liz Scully. I'm a Burlingame resident and early childhood educator and advocate with over 20 years of experience working in the ECE community. I'm also the owner of Little Laughs Early Learning Program, a licensed family childcare business that has been providing quality care to Burlingame's children since 2007. I want to thank the City Council and the Planning Development Department for starting the conversation and addressing the need for the inclusion of childcare facilities as a community benefit in the Bayfront Development District. The need for the expansion of accessible quality childcare facilities in Burlingame is crucial for Burlingame families, children, and businesses. The lack of properly zoned and affordable sites that can be used to house childcare programs has been a significant roadblock to those providers looking to expand their programs. As a child care provider in Burlingame for the last 14 years, I've seen the need for child care increase year after year, increasing waitlist times for many families. I've had some families on my waitlist for over a year. and making the process of actually finding a childcare space when families need it most extremely challenging. The City of Burlingame can help families alleviate some of the stress that finding quality childcare spaces can cause by making the zoning and review process for childcare facilities more flexible and streamlined, allowing for the growth of more available childcare spaces. Now's the time to support the expansion of childcare as a community benefit for all Burlingame residents. Thank you again, Mayor O'Brien and council members for addressing such an important topic for the children and families of Burlingame.
Thank you very much, Megan.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so back to my colleagues. Any additional comments? Councilmember Coulson, followed by Councilmember Beach.
So thank you. So first of all, to the home care, daycare, and childcare providers who spoke today, as a mother who worked full-time with 2 little girls, I really can appreciate this. I had a real hard time finding daycare for my kids in 2000. And thank God for Village Park and the amazing Burlingame people who came to my rescue. So I really do take that to heart, and thank you. I do just want to point out one additional thing. I think we've hit everything here. I think we've got some good community benefits lined up. I think we've sorted out and answered some of the questions. On the very last paragraph on page 9, there is and we had an earlier discussion this evening, a study session about potential funding mechanisms to include an assessment district, et cetera, et cetera. But I do, want to mention that another option is definitely going to be private sector investment, because these buildings have to be landscaped. It's part of what we do when we put them through our planning commission. And since they are going to be landscaped and the property owners have a really big vested interest in making sure that they don't flood, these are dollars they're going to put into the grounds and the facilities anyway. So designing the facility to be flood resistant, and then designing the landscaping and the surrounding area to comply with, the work that sort of we're doing, I think is very reasonable process and a very reasonable way for us to potentially get 1 or 2 of our big reaches, almost the whole thing, completely done, or at least a significant amount of assistance with it. And I just want to point out the work that Len Matterman and One Shoreline has been doing, the Burlingame Millbrae SFO reach, that whole segment there is the top priority for One Shoreline. They've been able to secure, as you read in the memo, funding from Assemblymember Mullen's office. This is a #1 top priority for One Shoreline, and I think we're hopefully going to be the model of how other cities and areas around the Bay Area can do the work. So I wouldn't, I do think we're going to probably have to ask for other property people to pitch in, and potentially even some of the community. But given we've upzoned and add a lot of value over there on the Bayfront, I don't want to just give a pass and a hand and a sort of a free pass to the developers over there. I do think they should be pitching in, because they're the ones who are going to make a lot of money off these buildings and a lot of money off the rentals. They wouldn't be doing them if they weren't going to have a significantly good return on investment. And most of these investors are going to be big institutional investors, people with a lot of experience, and they're really going to understand this. So with that, I hope that our staff, my sort of push for staff is to please continue on this work, continue to involve One Shoreline. Let's be the gold standard. Let's set the bar high, and let's do really good work here, because I think it will ultimately make it easier for everyone throughout the whole Bay Area to have a sort of objective set of standards that One Shoreline can help oversee around all of San Mateo County's developable bayfront. So with that, I'm just gonna say I'm so appreciative of this, and I really look forward to continuing it and working with my partner, Councilman Brownrigg, who's my matched up colleague on the flood and sea level rise, which, as I think all of you recall, is one of our top 5 priorities for the city. So thank you, Mr. Matterman. Thank you, our 2 directors and City Manager Goldman for putting this and the mayor for making this a top priority.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Coulson. Councilmember Beach, followed by Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I guess just before we talk about sea level rise, which I think Councilmember Coulson summed up really some awesome comments that make so much good sense. Touch base, we talked briefly about TDM and TMAs. Basically, how are we going to make sure we don't have an abundance of traffic? I think there's some really exciting work happening at commute.org. And there's even a recognition that cities need help monitoring TDM. So when big office parks come in and they build plans, but making sure that everybody's following through on those. And I think there's going to be some real countywide resources directed towards helping commute.org help us. So I think that's good news along the way. And I really liked in the staff report that Director Gardner and team put it even in some work about high quality transit corridor, like the Bayfront might be appropriate thing to eventually have Samtrans bus out there and shuttles. And there's a lot of opportunities there for our Bayfront. When it comes to sea level rise, I feel like the big theme is sustainability. That's what we're trying to create, is a really sustainable Bayfront and community. And sea level rise, the standards that we're coming up with make good sense. As Councilmember Coulson said, it's in the developer's best interests, and all that makes good sense. I do think the new development plays a role, and I think folks that are already there do play a role because they benefit too. So hopefully staff will help us figure out how we pay for all these improvements, as we talked earlier. I'm excited about the potential of having more habitat restoration. Yes, Bay Trail improvements, but BCDC really takes care of that for us. When it comes to other sustainable community benefits, I feel like that's the other dimension of this discussion. The staff report mentioned net zero energy, net zero water. I think those are good things to provide incentives for. I'm particularly interested in 3 additional things for community benefits that we can continue to have out there, and they've all come up tonight. Well, 2 of them have come up tonight. Broadway grade separation. I feel like there's a direct nexus to what happens on the Bayfront, particularly around Broadway, to help us fund that, as Councilmember Brownrigg mentioned. How we go about that, I don't know, but that's got to be a viable community benefit or some kind of help we have from the private sector as well. Childcare has got to be essential. When we're talking about sustainable communities, we're bringing new jobs in. We've got to balance that with childcare facilities. And I remember we had a presentation from First Five way back like 2017, 2018. And way back then we had like a 500 or 600 space deficit in Burlingame, and it's only gotten worse over COVID, as some of the public comments have made. So we need to lean into that, and I think we need to lean in hard when we're creating all this new office space. And then I think from a sustainable community, sustainable for our workforce, I would like to explore, in my opinion, we should look at what incentives can we give to developers that they are using sustainable jobs, creating sustainable jobs for people building these new developments, like healthcare for their workforce. Everybody should have healthcare. So what are developers doing for healthcare? What are developers doing for using local workforce and apprenticeship programs? So can we create incentives when they do that good work, that we give them some bonuses in the zoning somehow? I think that would be a really good investment in our community as well, long-term. Thanks for considering those ideas.
I'm going to actually call on Mr. Matterman right now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd be glad to wait, but I appreciate that. I just want to say a couple things based on some of the comments that have been mentioned, including the comments by Kirk Syme. First of all, I want to say thanks to the excellent staff. Kevin and Syed are just top notch, and they're doing really good work for the city, and it's a pleasure to work with them. So congrats to them. Getting to Mr. Syme's comments, we do want to provide flexibility, and this whole question of the BCDC, let's say shoreline band, I think is the best way to think about it, and how that fits in with a potential setback that the city includes in the zoning ordinance. We do want to provide flexibility. There's not going to be one solution to fit all properties, that's for sure. In that context, we also need to think about uniformity and alignment. And so while not all properties are going to look the same on the shoreline, there will be buildings that encroach into the 100-foot band. We do want to make sure that the top of the levee, where the bay trail is uniform, so that there's no issue of water. FEMA saying water coming in on this property is really just, making the problem worse for everybody. And that's one of the benefits of One Shoreline being there and working throughout the city of Burlingame with the city of Millbrae, with SFO, is to create that uniformity across jurisdictions and across private developments. I wanted to make that point. And so what that means is for the finished floor elevation and for the top of our levees, as described in the staff report, we need to think about elevations. And it's important that these zoning ordinances include elevations based on science and also flexible to be changed in coming decades as new information emerges. And I think that the approach that Kevin has made, in working with us, is that there's a zoning ordinance. There's also a future conditions map that says this is what we believe the future conditions to be 10 years from now. That map may look different, but we have to make decisions based on what we know now. And so finally, I would say we plan to continue working closely with the staff, and starting in the spring of next year, to design the project and begin the work of providing CEQA coverage. And we'll utilize the funds that we bring in the grant that was mentioned in the staff report, utilize the state appropriation that was put into the budget as recently as this month. And as Director Colson or Councilwoman Colson said, this is a super high priority for us. So, what we want to do is we want to plan for future conditions now and avoid the more challenging and costly effort to retrofit protection later. That we don't want to be in that position. And so I really appreciate all of you taking a leadership role to make that happen, because other cities are watching, and we want to set a good example and do the right thing. So thank you for that. And I'd be glad to continue to answer any questions that other council members may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matterman. You bring up some very good points. As some of us have mentioned, is the consistency is going to be extremely important. And then we're working regionally, because you don't want different regulations for different cities. And so hopefully, we're kind of ahead of the pack, and that we can set that standard, and makes it easier for other cities rather than them reinventing the wheel, that they can follow some of our direction. Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to bring the perspective. Every time we meet with the Economic Development Subcommittee, we meet with the hoteliers. They are begging us to make this a more attractive place for their guests. Number one, and I think many of them brought it up, and was the Bay Trail, and that has become a huge issue, particularly the gap that we still have in the Bay Trail. And if there's construction going on, where are these people going to take a detour in the Bay Trail? So we're hoping to have a conversation to see if we can get that completed before any construction happens. But again, that was a huge issue. The other thing is Old Bay Shore. I think we have a lot of room for bike infrastructure to make it a lot greener. And there's a lot of work we can do. I keep thinking about what we just did with California Drive, and I think there's a lot of good ideas there about road diet and adding a lot of bike infrastructure to the area. When it comes to transit, I think the mayor said it, and I think that's a very important topic. Our shuttles are designed for people to work 9 to 5, but the hotels, the life sciences, and the hotel guests and the restaurant workers don't work 9 to 5, and we need to be a little more sensitive to that. I thought that was a great point, Madam Mayor. So, and then I love the idea of childcare and everything that Council Member Colson said about sea level rise. I 100% endorse. So thank you, guys. Great conversation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ortiz. Director Martusa, did you want to comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to inform the council that some of the points that Vice Mayor Ortiz raised are being addressed. The Woodstock development will be will be constructing bridges, the gaps in the trail, because they actually will be doing that project as a whole. So the bridges or the pedestrian bridges that are missing right now will be constructed, and the trail will be upgraded as well. And the goal is to get the trail upgraded to the standard which Kevin has presented to you in the staff report. And secondly, with regards to beautification of the Old Bayshore Highway, staff has been working on a plan to improve the Old Bayshore Highway, to completely change the infrastructure that currently exists to include bike facilities, more landscaping, more inviting features. So it's currently going through both hoteliers. They have provided input, as well as the Traffic Safety Commission and members of the public as well. I believe BPAC was also involved, and staff will be coming to City Council in the near future to give you an update on that.
Thank you, Director. Councilmember Brownrigg, unless Vice Mayor Ortiz had another comment, because your hand is still raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's just, I'll put it down.
Okay, Councilmember Brownrigg.
So a quick set of dittos to Vice Mayor Ortiz's comments. Completely a quick shout out thanks to Mr. Maderman. You are a consummate professional, and I felt immediately in better hands when you took over the agency, and I will always bless you for changing the name from FSLSSR, whatever to One Shoreline. Brilliant, a brilliant move. So thank you for all that hard work. My one comment is that it's a little process related, which is, we've had a good discussion about community benefits. I completely agree that we have created a ton of value for these landowners, principally the selling ones, but also for the buyers and the developers. And it's appropriate to ask for community benefits. I do think we have to be careful not to create a Christmas tree and thereby really frustrate any development with so many asks that nothing gets done. And we shouldn't kid ourselves. They may be obliged to build the sea level defense, but that won't be cheap. I still don't understand how we fill in the blanks of a developer who doesn't want to redevelop, but I think that's a subject, Councilwoman Coulson, that we might try to take up in the subcommittee. That strategy, how do you fill in the gap teeth? It's easy with the guys who are building a biotech, but what do you do with the others? So I think that merits further discussion. The one last comment, though, I'd like to say is I do think this transition into a biotech to a higher density, higher FAR, whatever we call, innovation center zoning is really important to the city. I think this will create additional revenue and additional long-term property tax income to the city that will bolster our budget in ways that are really important for the future. So I do want to see us get on with this, but I don't want to leave a lot of money on the table. And so what I would suggest is that we really focus on making sure we get the zoning done. And if some of the benefits that might go along with it, we have to continue debating, or we can refine. We not let the zoning decisions get held up while we debate for a long time what kind of benefits should accrue. That's my one concern about a prolonged conversation about what are the right rates. And so if we can get to a common point of view, great. But I also think there's a lot of money that's sitting on the sidelines waiting to see if we actually go through with this zoning. And I think we should make sure we keep the pace up on that.
City Manager Goldman.
Actually, I wanted to call on Kevin just to give us an update on the timing of the zoning. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, so we've just about got, we do have an administrative code, draft code, so we're making sure that all the pieces are consistent and match up. So we plan to take the draft to the Planning Commission in October, and then bring the draft to the City Council in November. And with that kind of direction, let's get it to the finish line. There may be some pieces to follow up on. You can always amend the code, but we do. It's important. The general plan was adopted longer ago than we'd want to admit to get the code adopted. So it's really time to get that code adopted, and we feel it's good. It addresses most of the important things. the things that it doesn't address, we can continue working on, but let's get it to the finish line by the end of this year.
Thank you, Director Gardner. I'm glad to hear that. Councilmember Beach.
Thanks. I'll be brief, Madam Mayor. And I do fully support Director Gardner's let's get the zoning done as quick as we can. But there are some developments that it's fair that we really try to keep the community benefits conversation going and alive. Otherwise, we're going to miss opportunities for the community to benefit from some significant change going on out there. So I hope that it doesn't fall too far behind the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beach. Most of my comments have already been expressed by my colleagues, but I will reiterate, besides, the sea level rise and the improvements that need to be done, I am a big proponent of looking at a real good transit system in that area and not just the 9 to 5. We need to look outside that box and have transportation available for people outside those areas, because you're going to have people working, early morning shifts or late at night. And so if we're going to be encouraging people, to commute, we need to make it easy for them to get around, and also to get around, to our downtown areas of Burlingame, not just, have them stuck over at the east side. We want them to come to the west side also to utilize our downtown areas or our parks or whatever it may be. So that is one of the very prime, utmost priorities for me to see really worked on closely. But thank you for all the work that has been put into this, Director Gardner, and with your staff, and Mr. Matterman, great job, very thorough, and also to our subcommittee, Councilmember Brownrigg and Councilmember Coulson, for the hours of work you've put into this too, and thoughtfulness. We do want to see future development in the Bayfront. We know it's been underutilized, but we just want to do it correctly, because this is kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity for us. So we want to make sure that we do it right. And like I said, be the role model for, other peninsula cities that are along the Bayshore. So thank you. All right, we will go on to our next item, item 10C, which is discussion of the city campaign contribution limits for council elections. We can have staff report. Megan, I know we talked about this we've talked about this once before, so hopefully we can tailor our comments and come to a conclusion.
Yes, so I will keep my staff report brief, but as you stated, we met on August 17th to discuss the city's campaign contribution ordinance and the newish state law AB 571. The council was asked to consider whether to amend the city's current campaign ordinance or to repeal it and go with the state law. As a refresher, the state law stated that they would control the contribution limits, which for this upcoming cycle is $4,900 for both individuals and organizations. They also control the administration and enforcement of it. At that meeting, the council asked several questions and asked me to bring the item back with answers. I just wanted to briefly review a few of those. The first question was, can the city impose a cap on the total amount of contributions raised by a candidate? We believe the answer is no. It's unenforceable and an unconstitutional infringement on First Amendment rights. If you have further questions, City Attorney Gina looks very excited to answer those. However, we were able to find examples of cities creating voluntary expenditure limits, including Santa Clara and Hayward, who did a similar thing where they set their limit. And if you accepted the voluntary limit, you got to, so for Santa Clara, it was, if you accepted it, you got to receive contributions of $500. If you didn't accept the limit, you got to receive contributions of $250. So they gave benefits, all the cities did, to individuals that chose to follow the voluntary expenditure limits. Another question was, do cities with their own campaign contribution limits have an escalator or a way to increase the amount? Yes, most of them do. They'll either use the CPI, which I kind of tried to wiggle you guys away from last time to make it easier on me to do the math. But I also did see cities that did even number roundups of $50 increases or something along those lines. And then the last, two more questions, sorry. So then can the city ensure that in-kind contributions are covered in campaign contribution limits? So state law is applicable and in-kind contributions are covered. However, I think it's important because our code right now doesn't include the definition of in-kind contributions or refer to it at all, that for our own public's education and for candidates who are new to this whole process, that if we amend, we include language about what in-kind contributions are and then reference that California Code of Regulations that I attached to the staff report. That way we're just all clear on what is and isn't required. And then the last question that I chose out of the bunch was, how does the city enforce campaign contribution limits? So currently there's no exact language in that code section, which means we go with the general provisions, which is if we catch you, it's $100 for the first day, and then it keeps increasing for every day until you make it right. I found that other cities, large cities, set up their own ethics commissions who investigates all these potential violations. But what I saw that I liked that was on a smaller city scale is that they would base the violation on a set amount. So it'd be $1,000, or if the contribution that you received was larger than the 1,000. So it was one way or the other to kind of make it an even, don't do this kind of tag. Other cities sent them directly to the district attorney's office to review and look into. Whether that is successful or not is another question. So tonight I'm asking for a little bit more direction on which avenue you guys would like to go and where your head is at and what you're thinking about for campaign contribution limits. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, this is a time for questions, not comments, because I want to open up to public comment. So does anyone have questions? Okay, if not, I'm going to open it up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak in regard to this issue? Okay. Doesn't look like it, so I'm going to close public comment. And Megan, are there any emails pertaining to this item?
No, there's that.
Okay, thank you. So let's then go with a discussion. Who would like to start?
I'll start.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My initial reaction to this was very strong, that I thought the state limits were a little too high for the city of Burlingame. Since then, I've done a lot of reading about it and had a lot of conversations, and I'm at this point ready to just say, let's just go with the state limit. It's going to save the city clerk a lot of work, and it just seems like really high limit. But after reading and after kind of really thinking about it a lot, I've come to the conclusion that that's the best way to go. So there you go, Megan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ortiz. Councilmember Colson, followed by Councilmember Brunrick.
Thank you very much. So I too, in reading this whole report, focused on one particular sentence here, which is this would make the administration and enforcement of the contribution limits the responsibility of the FPPC at no cost to the city. And secondly, it would therefore save staff time and create a separation between the city and the enforcement of contribution limits. I really like that notion of the separation and Megan not having to oversee essentially her boss, Lisa's bosses, who are then, is over Megan. It's a little bit of the chicken in the hen house. And so I personally think that moving this to the FPPC is fine. And when you look at the number of cities that have moved in this direction, while not everyone has, the vast majority of the cities in both Santa Clara and San Mateo County have gone to this. And on a personal note, I actually think this will be better I think this will provide opportunities for maybe more people. A lot of people do not like to raise funds for campaigns. It's a very, very hard thing to do, to ask money from people. And if somebody can run a small districted election on 1 or 2 donations, and they're a good candidate, and I think they should have the chance to do it. So I personally will support the recommendation to, or not the recommendation, but the option 1, which is to work with the FPPC.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson. Councilmember Brownrigg.
Well, I can count, so I won't drag this out, but I will just, I'd be curious what Vice Mayor Ortiz has read that changed his mind. I mean, for me, it remains the fact that if you look at the scale of state races, $5,000 in the scale of what those budgets are is roughly akin to $500 in our race. And the reason you do that is because you don't want any one donor to have an outsized impact on a candidate and future politician. I frankly think we do a candidate a service by forcing them to raise money from more people, because for a lot of reasons, but it doesn't really matter. But I also just think it's better for politics to have more donors in a race than 2 or 3. And we're looking at a race where in a district of Burlingame, it's going to be 6,000 people, a couple thousand voters. You don't need you don't even need $20,000 to be effective. So I very much believe that we should keep the limits that we've been using and just make it simpler for Megan by a round number increase. I mean, Megan is very, very bright. She eats chocolates, but she's very, very bright, and I think she can do it.
He likes cats.
True. Both true statements.
So I just think it's better for the election process, and especially better for districts. Can't shake me on that.
Very good. Councilmember Beach.
Thank you. I concur with Councilmember Brownrigg. It just seems that a married couple could give nearly $10,000 for a district election in Burlingame. I think that's more than we can give to county races or state races or perhaps even federal races. So that seems a little high. And so I'm with Councilmember Brownrigg on this, but I can count to 3 as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Beach. I would just like to make the comment before going back to Councilmember Coulson and Vice Mayor Ortiz, since you've spoken. I'm going to kind of stick with my original direction and go with the state requirement. The vast majority of cities, as mentioned in the staff report, have gone that direction. And to me, everything is transparent. To say, looking at the state and federal level, well, there's arrays around that. That's why there's PACs, and that's why there's individual committees that donate a ton of money. So to me, I'd rather have the higher rate and just be transparent and let the community make those decisions. And if there are issues, they can contact the FPPC, and the FPPC can do their investigations. So I would rather just make it a little more simplistic. Like I said, people have gone around it. I think people won't go around it at a local level when they have a higher contribution level that is offered to them if they want to do so. Now, I do agree with Councilmember Brownrigg that my preference is to see a lot more people donate smaller amounts. It shows larger support. However, I think it's sometimes harder for people who are just stepping into a council race and have not been that involved with city government and trying to do the fundraising and trying to do their advertising and debates and everything else. It's a lot on someone's plate. And, sometimes freeing up that time to focus on the issues rather than the fundraising might be beneficial. So, like I said, it's transparent. People can look at who donates. We all submit our 460s, and then you have an FPPC that's watching it. And if the public has issues with it, they know who to call. Okay, back to Councilmember Coulson, followed by Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Again, not to belabor this, it's late and it looks like I can see how the vote's going to go. But I also just point out that individual candidates can most certainly put their own, they can say, I'm not going to take a check over $100. I'm not going to take a check over $500. individual candidates can certainly do that. And, but I agree with the mayor that if you're new to Burlingame and you want to run in a race and you don't have the connections through the schools and the sports and the athletics, you may have a really hard time raising that money. So if people feel that passionately about it, I think they should set those standards for themselves and, you know, say, I'm going to be a small campaign person. They can make that a part of their campaign if they want, and move forward. So, because we, like, as the mayor points out, you can have PACs, they can have a very outsized influence. They can donate hundreds of thousands of dollars in big state and Senate races. And, you know, I guess it's all proportional. I actually ran the numbers on that, Councilman Brownrigg, to look at the proportion of it. And, you know, I think it's sort of within the reason, you know, and these smaller district elections, you're just not going to have to raise that much. So however people want to do it, I think that encourages more people to get into these races and more people to run is better for me.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
And I'm going to just be real quick. Councilmember Brownrigg, the things that for me, it comes out to the transparency. We do report everything that happens. I disagree with the whole concept of one big campaign because you don't know people. I think that for me, a candidate is way more compelling when he has a bunch of small donations from a bunch of different people than one big check. If they're unknown, then I don't. Maybe they need to get to be known before they can run. But the fact that you can look at it, and if somebody has a huge donation from one entity and not much else, then that, you know, we all can do the math.
Very good. So I guess we'll take this. Can I get a motion, actually?
Vice Mayor, would you like to make a motion? Unmute.
And if you're ready, I'll let you do it because I'm.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion to repeal the city's campaign contribution ordinance in favor of compliance with AB 571.
And I would like to second that.
So motion made by Councilmember Colson, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Megan, can we have a roll call, please?
Can I just?
We are on a vote now. Let's do the roll call, please.
Councilmember Beach,
No.
Councilmember Colson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
No.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, motion passes 3-2. All right, we will then now move forward to council committee and activities reports and announcements. I do have one announcement that Burlingame became age-friendly certified today. So our application was approved by the AARP. So I would like to thank Councilmember Colson for her help with myself in pursuing this. And we had great community members that were on our task force. And I also want to give special kudos to Stephanie Lee, who did a phenomenal job on the application. So that's my announcement. Does anyone else have an announcement or report before I go on to future agenda items? Okay, in regard to future agenda items, I do have one item. I would like to see in the very near future a update on the enterprise project. I want that update from our subcommittee, which is Councilmember Colson and Councilmember Brownrigg, and where we are at the moment and where are we moving futuristically. It's been quite some time since we've had an update. And the subcommittee can meet, in the near future, and let's get an update sometime in October. Any other future agenda items?
Madam Mayor, we'll need somebody to agree to your future agenda item.
Sorry.
I agree to your future agenda item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
You don't have to do the work. Kidding.
And just for that, I double agree.
Very good. All right. Any acknowledgements? I have 2 this evening. I have 2 people that passed away. One is Willie Ostertag. And he was a very, very special person and a very remarkable man. He died recently at the age of 82. He was born in Switzerland. He came out here in 1962 and started a small auto business in South San Francisco. He is married, his wife Sandy, and had 4 daughters who went to school in Burlingame, both Our Lady of Angels and Mercy Burlingame. He had a spirit that really encouraged young people to starting their own businesses. He actually had the Auto Haus Europa business on Rollins Road, and he was there for many, many years. He was dedicated to his community of extended family and friends, which included great involvement at Our Lady of Angels Church, and also the Capuchin Franciscan Friar Brothers. He was also a member and had many friendships with people at the Green Hills Country Club. Very near and dear to his heart were helping people that were especially vulnerable children around the world. Actually, one of his daughters lives in Kenya and has helped develop many orphanages in Kenya for the last 20 years. And he has been a huge part of that endeavor. He is an extremely generous man and quite humble. He also expanded his talents into building affordable senior housing for affordable senior living. And so I just want to end the meeting in his remembering him, in addition to another resident, Barry Ongerth, who passed at the beginning of September. He lived the last 40 years in Burlingame and was very familiar to many people. His lifetime devotion to sports started as a young child, and he played many, many sports. He attended 49er games with his father at Kezar and Candlestick, and then continued to watch the games at Levi Stadium with his wife, Tina. He attended 3 49er Super Bowls, was also a Cow's Bear ticket holder, and he also attended Warrior games through good times and bad times, and very seldom missed a game. He transformed the Travel Lodge in Millbrae to the highly ranked boutique hotel, the Dillon. He was past chairman of the Travel Lodge Board and the San Mateo County Visitors Bureau. He was a big advocate for animals and had a special bond with his cats. And I'm sure Megan will appreciate that. One cat named Balboa, and then another one named Jessie, who apparently had him wrapped around her little paw. So if there's anyone else that you would like to add, this is the time. Okay, so if we can adjourn in memory of both Mr. Willie Ostertag and Bernie Ongerth. So on that note, I will close the council meeting. Just want to remind people our next council meeting is scheduled for Monday, October 4th. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.